Good
Nice
morning.
to see you
Good
guys.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Doing great.
Well, welcome to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. It is Tuesday, March 9th. Thanks to Jamie telling me that. I was like, what day is this? But we are in for a great treat today. Another list of wonderful speakers. And with me today is Jamie Dorley, CEO and owner of Nutritional Frontiers, and also Jeff Niznik, applied kinesiologist. He works at the Weiner Wellness Center. He's a fabulous practitioner. And my name is Tracey Stroup. I'll be your host throughout the Weiner Wellness Summit. And guys, I'm so excited you're here. What's happening today?
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Tracey. Good morning, Jeff. And first of all, thanks to the incredible job the team's doing down at the Weiner Wellness Center. You know, they do it all. So you can call in, you can do curbside pickup. We are live, so you can come into the clinic. You do not need an appointment to come in and shop and to talk to any of the healthcare professionals to help you out. And we are accepting new patients. So if you'd like to make an appointment, just give them a call down there at 412-922-WELL. That's 412-922-WELL. And we're here to help you out. So thanks for all the support. Any which way you want it, we'll do it. Free shipping, free curbside pickup. You can shop and you can make appointments.
Yeah, all such great options. Good morning, Candace. Are you muted, my friend?
I'm having trouble getting onto this new stream. It's amazing technology, but it is new to me, so I can see myself in the background, but glad to be on with you guys this morning.
Do you need some young people like me and Jeff to help you out with technology? Jeff, are you?
This is only my second go around with this, so.
Yeah.
Well, Candace, I know that you are working hard over at Nutritional Frontiers. And what have you thought about the live streams? Have you caught any of the lectures?
Yeah, and I was just up here this morning listening into some of your commentary from yesterday. I'm talking a lot about like the COVID vaccine and watching the presentations pop up on the screen with you guys on the side, and all great information. I'm really excited for the schedule today. I got some big speakers today, and I'm not talking about myself.
Although you're on the list.
Yes.
No time to be humble, Candace.
I'll be on. Yeah, but it's always a great presentations from our staff, from the guests that we bring in, and it's just amazing to have access to this information from anywhere.
And Candace, did you happen to witness the knockout yesterday? Me and Dr. Orbach took on the Godfather, Joe Messino, and Jeff Niznik. And Jeff, you feeling okay today after that knockout?
Knockout on your end, maybe, not on our end. Doing great. Yeah, yesterday was a blast. I did the morning commentary. I did a presentation. I did the roundtable discussion, and I did the radio yesterday. So media, it was a blast. And I saw clients, and I worked with people in the supplement room. It was an awesome day. But today, though, we have some top-notch speakers today, and that's what I'm very, very excited about today and how this is going to go. Can't wait to watch the presentations when I have a chance to do this because I have clients today. But I will be watching the presentations where they're recorded on YouTube and on Facebook. Can't wait for that.
Yeah.
So how do people tune in? I still have people texting me and saying, how do I tune in? So what's the easiest way, Tracey?
Yeah, so you can join us right here on our Weiner Wellness Facebook page. You just go to Weiner Wellness on Facebook and you click like. Also get notifications so that when our videos go live, you can actually get a reminder now. So it's pretty simple. We are live on YouTube at the same time. We are live on the Nutritional Frontiers Facebook page, and we're live on the Nutritional Frontiers YouTube page. So if you're not on Facebook, or if you are on Facebook and you have someone who's not, you can just direct them to the Weiner Wellness or the Nutritional Frontiers YouTube page. So many ways to get in touch, and these videos are available all day. I put the titles in so you can scroll through it. You can go to the lecture that you want at the appropriate time, and you can watch the playback. So it's been great. We've had a lot of interaction, a lot of comments, and I'm really excited about today as well because Candace is on. So,
well, Candace, what are you going to be talking about? You have so plethora of information and education at your fingertips. What's today's topic? Because I can't wait to tune in.
Yeah, so today is a famous one, the gut-brain connection. And this is something that really hones in on foundational health, of course, because that's what I'm always preaching. And that's because that's what people ask me about all the time. I don't know if it's because my age being a little bit younger, a lot of times I'll have appointments with clients, and after all this information that I give them, they kind of sit back and ask me, well, what do you do every day? What supplements do you take? So I like to talk a little bit about what I do daily. And what I do is something that can be applied to everyone at any age or any stage of life. And, you know, Joe Messina really got me thinking as we've been doing the radio show lately. He was asking me as I'm going through my pregnancy, what has really changed for me? How have I felt? And a lot of it is, you know, my answer, I haven't really changed much, and I've felt pretty much the same. You know, some things change, but anything that I can control has felt the same. So it was really cool to see that what I have been doing the majority of my life, or lately in the last few years, is you know, becoming more educated, working for NF for years, being on the same type of supplements for a while. Not much has changed. So what I was doing before can be applied to what, you know, my situation now. And so I could really see that in myself and know that as I'm making these recommendations to other clients, they can apply it no matter what stage they're in. So I'll talk about a lot about that, the gut-brain connection, because the gut's so important, how it affects the brain, and many more things too, like our immune system that stems from the gut. So it'll all tie into a lot of different things.
Well, I think this is must-see TV because when you say gut-brain connection, we take it for granted. But this is really new research. And something you said really interesting just now. Jeff, she said a little bit younger than us. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Very kind and
well, we have to agree with her. We have to agree with her.
Yes, I agree. Yes, a little bit younger. But when you say the gut-brain connection, this is really new research in natural health and even in science. New research means the last 10, 20 years. That's brand new. So what they found is that the chemicals in your brain, dopamine, serotonin, there's so many of them, but those are the two main ones for pain and pleasure. They do exist in your brain, but most of them begin and exist in your intestinal tract. So that's one point. And the other point I want to make for people, folks, if you've been told you have a chemical imbalance, that may be true. However, we can fix that through lifestyle, nutrition, diet, meditation, exercise, prayer. There's so many different things that factor into it. So, Candace, I'm excited for your workshop. What time are you speaking today?
I'm on at 10 o'clock. So we got someone in between this commentary and me here. Then we got a great day of speakers coming afterwards. So I'm excited.
So who's kicking it off at 9, Tracey?
Oh, Dr. Kim Furman. She's coming in at 9, just chatting a little bit and getting us ready for our professional training event in April. She's going to give us a little teaser on the contagion myth. So that's going to lead into that professional training event that Nutritional Frontiers is offering April 10th, live stream, and you can get the playback recording. So she will be coming up at 9, and I'm very excited to hear what she has to say. She gave me her PowerPoint last night. So, you know, it looks great, and I'm really excited.
Jeff, so what is your thoughts on that? I mean, you have you're in the front line, you're seeing a lot of people coming in, they're concerned, confused, overwhelmed with everything going on with not only the pandemic, but, you know, the world in 2021. Just saying that number is scary, you know. But we are in 2021, and the world has changed dramatically, even in the last 12 to 24 months. So what are some of the concerns your patients are coming in with?
Yeah, people are always concerned about, you know, their health, their immune system. They're worried about what the television is telling us out there. And the Amish don't seem to have that same type of worry because they don't watch the television. But you know, if you're concerned about your immune system, well, don't do things that brings your immune system down. You know, don't excessively drink, don't eat fast food, don't eat garbagey food. Put a lot of nutrients in your system. Make sure your vitamin D levels are up. You know, when's the last time you had a blood test? Did they test you for vitamin D levels? You know, get them. Make sure those are up. Keep your immune system going. Probiotics in the intestines, very, very important. You know, if you're eating a lot of fast food, you're eating a lot of preservatives. Preservatives stunt and retard the growth of bacteria. As that's going through your intestines, is that wiping out some of your flora down there, which is lowering your immune system. So the more you eat healthy, the more you prepare meals at home, the more you nutrify your body daily, the more you can protect yourself and protect your immune system and stop living in this fear. Turn that TV off, go outside, get some fresh air, and breathe, and be the sovereign person that you're supposed to be. Now, Candace, one of the things you mentioned earlier, you always talk about foundational health. And This is what I talk about when people come to see me. The foundation. You're going to make sure your body is at the core, has its foundation solidified, which will help you with your immune system. This is what everybody should be doing for sure.
Well, Jeff, you had mentioned, turn off the television. I mean, it's called a television for a reason, and they program you. So turn it off. You don't need anyone to tell you a vision. Have your own vision towards your health, and make appointments, with practitioners like Jeff Niznik, Dr. Orbach, Dr. Honigman, who can really help direct you towards your health goals. And, there's so much confusing information out there. It's important to have a coach, right? I mean, you have a coach for baseball. You may have all the talent in the world and all the desire in the world, but sometimes you just need some refinement. So I think, having somebody to bounce ideas off of, to have a plan is really important. And I hope this education today helps everybody, make the right choices for their health. So that's coming up at 9 a.m. Contagion Myth? With Dr. Kim Furman, ND, and then Candace with the big follow-up of the gut-brain connection. That's always a great lecture, Candace. I like watching you do that one. So good. And then I'm going to follow you, Candace. So another tough act to follow, the lymphatic system, the key to healthy weight and prevention of chronic illness. I always think the little lymphatic system is forgotten. He's not big and bad, and, no one really talks about him anymore. But, I mean, truly, he controls so many things in our body. And such a valuable way that we can utilize. And if we enhance it, we can detox. So I'll be doing that. And then at noon, we have Judy Mikovits. She's coming in today. That's going to be amazing. And she's just putting it out there. Detox solutions for vaccines. There's just no hiding the conversation. It just is what it is. She's going to talk about genomic nutrition, pathways to help your body overcome vaccinations of all kinds. And, just give us a little background on that.
Kim at 9, Candace at 10, Tracey at 11, and Judy at 12.
Yeah.
Wow.
You said we got a big day coming up.
Yeah, hold on tight, Jeff.
Women are dominating. Women are dominating today. We should have did this yesterday. It was National Women's Day. I didn't even know that. When was that?
National Women's Day. What's this yesterday?
Yeah.
That's what my kids always say.
Come on.
My kids are always like, why don't we get a day? I'm like, every day is kids' day.
Every day is somebody's day. What about Guys' Day, Jeff? Is there a Guys' Day?
You're not allowed to have one.
Even on Father's Day, they make me.
There should be. In our minds, Jamie, it's always Guys' Day, though, right?
What do we do on Father's Day? We make you take the kids somewhere.
Yeah, and cut the grass in the hole. That's what we did last year. Do the mulch and then take the kids out.
Like, it's Father's Day. You should take these children and go spend time with them. Meanwhile, we're back and sipping our coffee. So, yeah, this is a powerhouse day. And also, we have product sales, specials. I mean, Jamie, there's so many things going on inside the Weiner Wellness Center. And people can come in and shop.
Yeah, we focus a lot, of course, on Nutritional Frontiers. That's our company. However, we have a lot of the top brands. I met with Wendy from Douglas Labs yesterday, came in and showed us some new formulations. And, we carry Standard Process down there. We have Pure Encapsulation, Metagenics, Biotics. We have all the top formulations that are out there. Of course, we have the entire line by Nutritional Frontiers. And the other thing that we're doing, and thanks to the team down at the Weiner Wellness Center, captained by the new manager, the Godfather, Joe Messino, they're giving out free samples all week. So on every order, if you call in and do the shipping, free shipping, and you get free samples. If you do a curbside pickup, you can do that. You can come in the store and shop. We are open. I had one of our clients that was known for a long time, and he didn't know we were open. So he's going to come back down on Saturday. So we are open 8 to 5 every day, and Monday and Wednesday 8 to 7. So come on in. You can shop. Everyone's doing our PPP protection. So it's a very safe environment to be in, and all the free samples. Plus, an incredible idea from Joe was to do these books. Now, some of these books retail for $30, $40, and we're doing book sale for $5 on any book, DVD, or VHS tape if you still have a VCR.
I'd like to put in my order for some books, please.
we got a package for you. So yeah, these are just some things we're doing as little giveaways. The wellness center is in a transition right now. Jeff may not know it, but he's project manager on the build out. So he's building a new studio 109 down there. Him and his wife are doing an incredible job. So we're really excited. There's a whole new energy down there under new management, and we're excited for the future. And this is a small thank you to everyone that's listening out there. You do get free samples on every order, and of course, the deep discounts.
Wow. Awesome.
So how can we get in touch with the Weiner Wellness Center? Can we order? I know people, please stop in, shop around, talk to, the team down there, get some guidance on your products, your health support. But if you're not comfortable coming in or you're busy, you can call in your order. There's curbside pickup, and there's also free delivery, right? Free shipping over.
Free shipping and the discount. That didn't exist a few years ago.
Right. So awesome. Just so many great ways to save on your health and invest in your health at a very affordable rate. So Jeff, how can they get in touch with someone at the Weiner Wellness Center?
So they, call us. Pick up the phone, 412-922-9355. That's 412-922-WELL. You can, if you want to call in and order, that's fantastic. You can prepay, or you can pay when you get here. If you prepay, just pull around to the back of the door. You'll have a assigned time. You guys will decide on a time to pick the stuff up. Pull to the back door. They'll hand it to you through your window. You don't even have to come in the store. You can fax in an order, 412-922-9330. You can email an order, orders@drweiner.com. You can just show up to the front door. We can hand you an order form if you'd like to, or you can come in the store. And folks, you don't have to be a client or a patient here to enjoy the savings. This is open to the public. Anybody can come in. Bring your neighbors, bring your friends. We've got the best supplements out there available, and you can't go wrong with picking up products from here, say, at the Weiner Wellness Center. And this goes on until Saturday the 13th, and we're looking forward to seeing everybody come in and enjoy good savings and meet with us, get some samples, and it's always a good time. And folks, watch these presentations and tell your friends and neighbors about these presentations. Get them to watch the presentations too. Because Dr. Weiner, he always, for years, wanted the people to learn about health, healing, and nutrition. And they're not going to learn it from television. Learn it from sources like this. This is the best sources. And the lineup we have today, have them sit down with their popcorn and watch the entire day's presentations. You'll be thrilled that you did.
Yeah, I think it's an important part to focus on the education. Candace, maybe you can comment on all the literature that people can get for free. Someone asked yesterday, do you still have that liver gallbladder cleanse? I went and grabbed a copy for them. He was having congestion in his gallbladder, put him on betazyme, food, and the lymphatic tincture, right? So there's so much great education and literature that's for free. You want to comment on that?
Absolutely. So Nutritional Frontiers itself has so many documents of consumer health alerts, food guide programs, things that tell you what to eat and what not to eat, which is really helpful because a lot of times we're told what not to eat. So it's helpful to have those lists of references of when you go to the store, what you can have available. So I think those are super helpful. And we also have all the literature on every product. So if you have more questions after listening about the product, specific ingredients, I know some things can be, we can get really in depth sometimes, especially with all the research we have for the products and the ingredients. They're all laid out on the tech sheets there. That's just coming from Nutritional Frontiers. We have the solutions guides as well, which make it really easy for you to hear all this information or meet with a practitioner and then go home and have that as a reference to figure out what supplements you're taking, when you're taking them, and a food program and lifestyle program to go along with it. So those are really helpful. And then the Weiner Wellness Center itself has a lot of great information that we've been making copies of for years, things that Dr. Weiner would hand out every single time he would speak, and just really great information about anything you can think of, really. So a lot of times people will ask questions that I may not even be familiar with, but if I ask around, I can always find something. So don't be afraid to ask questions.
Yeah, and the whole idea of having these events is so people can be empowered and make it enjoyable. It's not a punishment, right? You got to make it part of your lifestyle and really go back to enjoying it. This morning, I went to go work out and I could hear the birds chirping. It was just warmer out, so I went for a walk through the park, and I did it naked, so no headset on, just to listen to everything going on. Then I went in the gym and did my workout. And yesterday, when I was coming back to Nutritional Frontiers, you get that little, sometimes you're just craving something sweet in the afternoon. I got back here, and Kim Droney surprised me. She made some muffins, and guess what she used, Tracy? She used Power Cleanse.
Oh, and nice.
They were awesome. I think I had more than one and less than 10. And I checked my blood sugar later, and it didn't elevate. It was 103, so it didn't raise my sugar, which was a nice, pleasant surprise. So, folks, you can have fun with this. We have the recipe guys for all the different shakes and smoothies we have. And, those muffins were a pleasant surprise yesterday. So thanks, Kim.
They were. I got to try one as well. She's always got different recipes she's making up, and she surprised me. She said it was the Power Cleanse pineapple coconut.
Wow.
And she added some extra coconut in there. They were so good and so simple too.
I hear that she's bringing those to the PTE.
Yeah, she is. She's so kind.
Yesterday, I had a shake here at the office here. It was the Best Way chocolate coconut shake. And I put in half a scoop or 3/4 a scoop of the greens, Perlene greens. And I put in about 3/4 a scoop of the Power Fuel. And I really like that mixture. It seemed to when you eat something, you drink something, you feel like, you feel good afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of those that was the right combination. I just felt really great after that.
Well, wonderful. Well, guys, this is going to be an incredible day. And I know we've talked a little bit about the professional training event at Nutritional Frontiers. So here are your dates: Saturday, April 10th, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Jamie's going to start us off with a little bit of quality in the industry, how NF is set apart. And then Kim Furman will be lecturing on breaking the contagion myths, and I will be following up in the afternoon. So it's an all-day training event for you and your staff, one ticket price. You can join us live and in person, live stream, or you can get the playback recording. And I highly recommend that you continue your education always and learn how practitioners are, applying protocols in the field. It's very important that we position these formulations successfully. And there was something that Judy Mikovits said to me a little bit ago. She said, the major issue with pharmacology and nutraceuticals is it's positioned at the wrong time. And she said, we don't develop these things to hurt people. She said, but they're overused in the pharmacology, and she said, and it's underused in the nutraceuticals. So it was like a really powerful statement, and I was like, wow, that's just great. So Jamie, I know you talk about that a lot, that allopathic isn't for chronic care. And I think, the world is starting to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest concern for me is the positioning of surgery, medicine versus lifestyle, right? Mm-hmm. When I used to do the consults at the Wine and Wellness Center, people would come to me after they've had surgery and had part of their colon removed, and they've been on medications for years. Then they would come to me. They should have came to me first, right? I think the order's been reversed. I'm not anti-medicine. There's a time and place for everything. Same with surgeries, right? Mm-hmm. I think what happened is the order's been mixed up. It'd be like going to college and then going to kindergarten. Right? Like you didn't learn your ABCs yet, but you want to go to college. So I think what happens is people want that quick fix, and they may not be aware of what we do. They may not be aware that it takes personal responsibility, but it all starts with the food and the lifestyle. And I know Joe Messino's commenting because I was down there yesterday and someone bought 12 Super Shake Cafe Mocha for them and their family, right? Because they do our breakfast every day. They just do that for breakfast every single day. If you just start small and then continue, but you got to realize, we do the wellness events because over time, we all probably would agree on this, that do you do more wellness therapies in your life now than you did 20 years ago? Of course, right? You know, it's part of your lifestyle, and it continues to snowball, and then you don't even realize how good you feel. And it's more subtle. I think everyone's looking for that immediate quick fix. And it doesn't work that way. You got to really invest in it. Just like working out. Everyone wants the beach body, but they want it in one day. It doesn't happen like that, except for Tracey, of course, and Candace. They got the good genetics, Jeff. You know, I'm last in the line of genetics. So, but
Untrue. It's all hard work.
It is all hard work.
It is. I do not have good genetics for that. So
A lot
I
of
grew up.
discipline.
We talked about that yesterday, but so those are all incredible points. And thank you guys for being here this morning and helping us launch this day of education. I look forward to everybody. Remember, we're starting off at 9 a.m. Contagion Myth with Dr. Kim Furman. We have Candace coming up, and she'll be talking about the gut-brain connection.
Right.
I'll be following with the lymphatic system and how it pertains to chronic illness and overcoming it. And then Judy Mikovits finishing off our lecture series for the day. We'll be talking about detox solutions for vaccines. So stay tuned. We're going to be coming right up at 9 o'clock. Thank you guys for being here this morning, and have a great day at the center. Stop in.
thanks so much.
Thanks, everyone. We'll see ya.
Ciao.
All right, guys, stay tuned because we're bringing in Dr. Kim Furman in about 2 minutes. You're going to be so enlightened with everything she has to say. We'll be right back at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. With me this morning for an amazing and incredible, I'm really excited, lecture at 9 a.m. is Dr. Kim Furman. Good morning, Kim. How are you?
Good morning. Great. How are you?
I'm doing great. So today you're going to be talking to us a little bit about the contagion myth, and it's kind of a teaser for our professional training event that we're doing together on April 10th, which will be really exciting.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to share your slides, and I'm going to step back, and I'm just going to let you go.
All right. Thanks.
You're all set.
All right. Well, I don't see the slides yet.
They are up.
I don't see them on my computer. It's just black. But
do you see you and I on Restream?
me and you right here on the
Okay.
side. But then it's just a black screen.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see if we can enhance that. Does that work any better?
No, still black. I can just start talking. Well, it's getting
Okay. Go ahead.
So I was kind of going with talking about contagion myth from the terms of terrain versus germ theory. I really believe, like, the more I'm seeing everything unfold and I'm seeing everything kind of unfolding in our society right now and in the media and everybody's belief systems, I would say that people have a firm belief in a system that was built on fallacies of the germ theory. It was built on the money-making propensity of the germ theory. There's just not a lot of money to be made in the terrain theory. There's just not. Because generally, people who focus on their terrain strengthens, and they just sort of maintain themselves. And they might need to swing in for some body work every once in a while and get like a cleanse or supplement program or something like that. Yeah, me neither. Can you hear me? Oh,
yeah, I can hear you fine. So I'll keep talking. So let's just talk through your slides because I have them and I can see them.
Okay.
So you were talking about pathogen-worn terrain and peacekeeping.
Yes.
Faith over fear. Let's just start with that. What did you mean by that?
Okay, so pathogen war is kind of like the germ theory would focus on pathogens as an enemy that needs to be destroyed. So your mindset revs you up into kind of like the sympathetic nervous system where everything's on high alert and you've got to be going after some pathogen or a virus. You got to be putting weird stuff on your hands. You have to wear a mask. You have to all the things. You have to get a vaccine. You have to take antibiotics because you've got to kill everything bad that might be in your system without taking into consideration your whole system. We're going after something and a war. So terrain theory is more about peacekeeping. It's about staying at peace. It's about staying calm. It's about staying with rational thought, because as soon as you go into fear, your rational thought disappears. So when I can stay calm and rational, I can say, why do I feel like this? What's going on? What's the root cause? How do I address it? How do I support myself from a foundational level rather than just going after a pathogen? I don't think that you should throw germ theory totally out the window, because obviously lack of hygiene and all those things does totally affect health. I lived in Africa for 7 years, and part of the big ministry we did was drilling wells and making sure people had access to clean, fresh water and good, healthy food, and that they knew about basic hygiene. Like they would tie their donkeys to the well, and the donkey can pee down the well, and then
I think you froze, Kim. I'm not sure if we lost the audio on you. So we may have to have you jump back out and jump back in if you can hear me. But I actually got the PowerPoint to come up, so that's good. So guys, stay tuned 1 second. We'll be right back with Dr. Kim Furman. We'll have her jump back out and jump back in. It seems that she lost her internet connection. So give us 1 minute.
Can you see me?
I can see you. You are back. Okay. Dr. Kim is
Sorry.
back in action. That's okay. We have you now.
Okay. Let me just see if I can get my phone somewhere where it can see me. Can you see me? There.
Yeah, we're live, so just hold still. Make it work. Like, just make this work.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to share your slides. I don't know if you'll be able to see there. Can you see them now?
Yeah.
Look at that. I did it.
Go.
All right. So let's just start again. Why don't you start with who you are and where you're from and what you do?
Yeah.
And let's go with that.
Thank you for having me. We'll start all over. I love you. And I'm a mom of 9. I've been married for 26 years. We were missionaries for 7 years in Chad, Africa. And it was there that God got a hold of us and really changed our direction and got us on a healthy path because of this very thing we're going to be learning about. You cannot go to war against pathogens in a country like that. You've got to build your terrain because you'll lose. And we were losing, and it just shifted us. We came home from the mission field to take care of my mother-in-law. She's 94. She lives with us. And we started a Beyond Organic farm. And I'm looking out the window at my kids milking A2 grass-fed cows and feeding chickens and stuff like that. And my practice is in our farm store in the middle of all the medicine. So that's me.
Wow, that's amazing. And you're a naturopathic doctor, and you practice, you do all the things, which is awesome. And you have overcome some chronic illnesses, not only in your own life and with your children, but you help hundreds of people overcome these illnesses as well using nutrition.
That's right. Yeah, it's just, well, in prayer, we just pray and ask God to direct us. I mean, we're fearfully and wonderfully made. And so I believe that if we just get on our faces and ask the one who designed us, what's wrong with us and what do we need and what do we need to get underneath. I do a lot of emotional stuff too, and help people process their emotions so that they can be set free from a lot of the things. A lot of times emotionally, we're holding ourselves and we're not going to let ourselves get well. And so, yeah, I love it. I see my clients in my farm store and it's, I love it. I've got clients all day today after this.
Well, wonderful. We're excited to learn a little bit today about the contagion myth. So I'm just going to let you take it away and I'll jump through your slides for you as you need me to.
Okay. Can you hear me okay, Tracey?
Yeah, you sound great. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Because you're kind of like cracking up. All right. So we're going to talk about the pathogen war, terrain, peacekeeping. We already sort of said that. Faith over fear. I don't think we need to keep doing more on that. Winning is if you know your enemy, you win half the time. If you know yourself, you win half the time. But if you know yourself and your enemy, you win. So sometimes as naturopath doctor is really a teacher. All doctors should be teachers, but most doctors don't do much teaching. For anybody in the naturopathic world, teaching is the whole baseline of what we do. You teach, and then you set people free to go fish for themselves. So when you're teaching your clients, they need to understand themselves, how their bodies work, how their lymphatic system, their circulatory system, their metabolic systems, their digestive systems work, so that they know how they're sabotaging themselves by what they put in their mouth or think or listen to or watch or do. And then if you know your enemy, if you know what the real enemy is, then you can be set free. So man-made towers of Babel, or germs or viruses. What is the real enemy? You should understand something about germs and viruses so that you're not so afraid of them. And you should also understand man-made towers of Babel that you probably should be afraid of. And I'm not talking about being afraid. I'm talking about being wise. And so you be wise with this. So I kind of went into what I think is one of the biggest man-made towers of Babel enemy for our general health, to just sort of show that. Whenever I teach a class or have people come around right now during this season of everybody hide under a bed until this passes, I put up this slide whenever I'm teaching. It's a new health etiquette, health guidelines. Everyone in the group, turn your cell phones to airplane mode. In one group, we tested it and the EMF meter went from high to 0 after all the cell phones were turned off. Now that we have 5G and 5G phones, it's important to protect everyone in your group from the electrosmog generated by this new technology. As you get together with families and friends for an event or a gathering, please consider putting into practice this new etiquette. Have everyone present turn off their phones or put them on airplane mode in order to protect those who might be electrosensitive and ensure that all your guests remain in good health. Sometimes you'll have like a gathering, like a church service, or even if you go into Walmart, think about all the phones that are going, and it's 5G. So it's just sort of like humming in your body. We can go to the next one. So something else that I thought was interesting in my practice, and you and I have talked about this, I've had a lot of people come to me right around the time Corona broke out with massive flare-ups of chronic issues. So something might have been asleep for a long time and then this crazy flare-up. And it was right when Corona was breaking out. So people were afraid to go to the hospital. And I think it kind of made people tune into like, what can I do for myself about this problem? And so I just sort of, it just hit me one day. And then I started seeing it was hitting a lot of people. 5G rolled out at the same time as Corona. I'm not going to read all these slides. They're really long, but I figured if they were here, people who watched it again could just pause these slides and read them for themselves. But I will say about this slide, the electromagnetic force is what holds your cells together. It's what holds atoms together. God made it. It's a force that holds life together. If we've created something that can disrupt that force, and we don't think that's going to impact life as we know it, we're stupid. So when you affect your metabolism negatively, it's less efficient and it starves us of oxygen. And it's been proven widely that disease thrives in an oxygen-deprived environment. So we're wearing masks and we're doing this smog thing with the electromagnetics, and we're surprised everybody's getting so sick. Cancer and heart disease and diabetes all thrive. Just to name three things, they thrive in this sea of radiation that we're all swimming in. So we can go to the next one. So the new normal isn't really normal at all. I'm just going to read this one because I think it's cool. Picture your body as a radio station. You're marinating in techno-smog. Everywhere there's static, affecting the signal of the proper function of your body's station. It comes across, instead of the beautiful song God composed, as harsh, offensive static. It's damaging so many of our body's functions. If only we could hear that or understand that, we might respond differently. But instead, we get so used to that sound that we think it's really the way it is. So it is with any state of chronic ill health. It's considered normal, but it's not. A lot of people, I'm sure you've had this in your practice, when you help them come in and clean up their diet, clean up their lifestyle, you do that reset at the very beginning of a time with a client who's a big mess. Very, very often in 6 weeks, they feel amazing because they're hydrated, because they've gotten rid of GMOs and toxicity in their foods, because they're eating regularly spaced meals that are properly formulated, because they got rid of the junk food, because they got rid of processed, because they started going for a walk, or maybe they started dry brushing. And then every single time they layer on another self-care practice that boosts their body and boosts their immune system and helps their lymphatic to move and helps their circulatory to move and helps themselves to detox, they feel better and better and better, to where they're like, I didn't even know I could even feel this way. I didn't even know this was possible. There's a really cool verse I like that says, look to the nations and watch and be utterly amazed, for I will do something in your day you would not believe even if I were to tell you. And there's another place in the Bible where it says, look to me and watch and be utterly amazed, for I will do something in you would not believe even if I were to tell you. So that's what I tell my clients. You wouldn't even believe how you could feel if I were to tell you, if you would just get away from some of these toxic things. So let's go to the next one. Can we adapt? I'm just going to read the top. In other words, some people would say this non-native electromagnetic fields, they weren't present years ago, but they are here today. And certainly our bodies have evolved and changed over time. Can't they adapt to this new, highly electrified climate? No, they can't. It's stupid to think that. I need to stop saying stupid. That's not a very nice word. It's silly to think that when we think about our energy in our body. I was just teaching my kids their science, and we're learning about light refraction, and they actually studied about EMF in their science. My little 5th grader and 7th grader were studying about EMFs, and just the intricacy of how they don't even really know the whole power of EMFs. So much of science is still just theory anyway, because really, if you look around the world, if you even look at your own hand, it's so complex. Who can even know everything there is about this? So could we really take some force and harness it and bounce it off space and bounce it all over these towers and bounce it all around our house and bounce it all around our bed at night and not impact our cellular structure, not impact our gut wall, not impact our brain cells? It's just, we need to be thinking about this. Think about who's your real enemy. So then let's go to the next one. Metabolism, life, energy is all powered by EMF. Electromagnetic force powers our metabolism. It powers our life. It powers our energy level. We're electromagnetic beings. God made us like that. Our nervous system runs on electricity. I do RBTI testing. I like to look at the electricity in somebody's body and see what's going on with their detox pathways and their electricity in their body and how much energy they're using. We are like an analog and a digital computer, both. Robert Becker wrote a pretty cool paper that you can read. It's in PDF form called The Body Electric, where he explained that. He researched this extensively, and he tried to be a little like clarion call, explaining the negative impact on our health that these artificial environmental electromagnetic energies were having on us. But people didn't listen. And if you go back to these things, why? How much money are we making off of all this technology? And we're even using it right now for the benefit of others. So I think there's healthy ways to harness it. I'm not saying like, let's go get candles and live in a shack somewhere and get water out of a river. But we need to be wise and use technology wisely. There was a really cool quote I heard a long time ago when I first started on my health journey. And it said, Father Technology is an abusive husband to Mother Nature. Father Technology is an abusive husband to Mother Nature. Mother Nature needs to get out of that abusive relationship, and they need to be one. Just like a healthy marriage, you respect each other, you honor each other, you love each other, you lay down your life for each other. One doesn't just pound the other one into submission. And that's what technology is doing right now in the modern medical field, in the modern technological field, in the modern scientific field. It rules. And forget Mother Nature. Just stuff her down here. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really count. It's all quackery. So that's where we have to like pull that apart and get it to be back the way it should be. So educate yourself at this site and others like it. You can go to this little website and learn about these things we're talking about. So go to the next one. There's a solution. The single most effective way that people can improve their health is by throwing away their cell phones and never using one again. But you can't really do that. Probably you can't, I'll just say. But you can at least turn it to airplane mode a lot. You can turn it completely off at night. You can get an old-fashioned alarm clock and you can turn off your Wi-Fi in your house. We do that in our house. And it's just a little thing we can do. You can also look at that website and see a bunch of other things you can do. So we're going to talk about the immune system too, because know your enemy, know yourself, you're going to win. So we just talked about one big enemy. The way I talked about it, and I feel like I'm talking fast because we lost some of our time. But the way I'm talking about these things is the way you would think about your real enemies. Think about even how we just talked about EMFs and things like that. Apply it to GMOs. Apply it to glyphosate. Apply it to drinking soda pop instead of kombucha and water. Apply it to your lifestyle choices that are going to impact your health. Like, I'm just going to sit around and play with my phone and I'm never going to exercise. So you're just thinking through, who are your real enemies? Who are they? So your immune system is something that you should understand, because people don't understand it. And that's why they're so afraid of getting sick. That's why they're running around like little squirrels with a mask on their face, like so scared to death of getting germs. And they've been saying that COVID is killing people. This many people have been killed by COVID. So now if you don't wear a mask, or if you are around somebody, or if you're contact traced and you are the one who brought the germs in and people got sick from you, now you're a killer. So it's just looking at this whole thing as a war against germs. So faith would say that germs are partners in the ecosystem with a job to do. We can help germs do their job. We can help them do their job by letting them go through the system and do their thing and supporting the system as it's sick. Gerbs help purge and cleanse unwanted toxins, and it's supporting wellness is the goal. With the terrain theory, with the immune system understanding, supporting wellness is your whole goal. With the fear model of germs, killing germs is the goal. So, you know, get your sanitizer and wear your mask and eat your honey buns and drink your Coke, because we're just about killing the germs, not building your terrain. Next one. So germ versus terrain there's two opposing and interconnected theories: symptom and sickness management versus personal responsibility and wellness support. So symptom and sickness management is got a lot of money in it because it never goes away. Once you start addressing symptoms and sicknesses with pharmaceuticals, and that's your whole game plan, you will never get out of that game, and it will kick your behind. But if you take personal responsibility for your health and you work toward wellness, you can actually move yourself away. You can move yourself away from needing constant pharmaceuticals. You can move yourself away from states of ill health. I was even heard Jamie say something this morning about watching his blood sugar and seeing how different things impact it. You can completely just watch yourself and take care of yourself in a way that balances your metabolism in your system. So we'll go to the next one. This is a favorite verse of mine. For I will restore health to you and heal you of your wounds, says the Lord. If we believe that, he will actually restore our health. We can know what restored health is like. I've had 9 babies. When I had my 9th baby, I was not taking good care of myself. I hadn't been taking care of myself for years. I've been taking care of too many other people. And it woke me up because I was so adrenal fatigued and so fatigued. I was 190 pounds. I was just in miserable shape. And I took that verse for what it means. And I'm 50 pounds lighter, and I'm active, and I'm healthy. I've been diagnosed with like chronic degenerative arthritis with bone on bone in several places, and I can't feel it at all. I do a far infrared sauna every day. I dry brush whenever I take a shower. I go for walks. I work out with my kids. I drink plenty of water. I eat really good, healthy farm food. You know, I do pro colors, and I do probzymes, and I do the things that come at the baseline of health. But God restored me, and he can restore you. So know your enemy, know yourself. We're not going to read this one because that was one of the ones I thought. But we'll just say about that the way that we're dealing with germ warfare in this country is making everyone stay in such a high stress place with health. Even the way I hear my clients when they come to me after they've seen a medical doctor, and I love medical doctors, and I know they really mean well, but they only know what they know, and they don't really know a whole lot about diet affecting lifestyle affecting your health outcomes. I've asked doctors who are friends of mine why, and they said, well, people wouldn't do that anyway. People just want a pill. People just want a procedure. They don't want to like stop eating their ding dongs and smoking and stuff like that. It's too hard. They don't want to lose 50 pounds. They can't lose 50 pounds. It's too hard to lose 50 pounds. So we're seeing people that then they have to go on this war against these germs. They have to go on this war against these symptoms. Instead of just eating nutrient-dense food and treating your body the way that God designed it to be treated and taking personal responsibility. So go to the next one. 2 opposing theories. We're going to go here now. Terrain theory and germ theory. These people all lived around the same time. They're all French guys. My husband's French. My mother-in-law that lives with us is French. So they can say all these things in French. Louis Pasteur, Claude Bernard, and stuff like that. But the terrain theory by Claude Bernard and Antoine Bercham is, they say it's not the germ that determines disease, but rather the state of our internal health and its ability to maintain homeostasis in the face of unfriendly organisms. They would also say that when disease enters your tissue, it's because it's seeking out the sick tissue. You know why? Because God uses those germs to help chew up and get rid of some of that dead tissue. Very often, like in the olden days, before all this modern medicine and before the Industrial Revolution, my kids and I love to read classic books. We're a homeschool family. We read all this classic literature like Dickens and all these different things. So way back then, they didn't have really good hygiene practices. So I think that impacted their length of life. They often didn't have good food available. So that impacted their length of life. But a lot of their health practices were actually pretty sound, not bleeding and all that, but a lot of their herbals that we still have that are traditionally have always been used and things like that. They would say that if you had a really good fever and you made it through it and you broke through the fever, you would like then regenerate and be healthier and stronger than you were before the fever. I've seen that with people who've gotten really sick in the last year or so. It pushes them through to the other side, and then they feel better than they did before, partly because they're taking better care of themselves. Where the germ theory is from Louis Pasteur, he says we need to identify and destroy anything we deem as a foreign invader, as it is directly responsible for causing disease. I'm not sure if I say it, but I'll say it later. I'll just say it now. Louis Pasteur, according to his children and grandchildren, recanted of all that on his deathbed, and he actually wrote papers on it that have been published saying, I should have listened to my colleague Béchamp and Antoine Bernard. I should have listened to those guys, because it really is. He said, the germ is nothing, the terrain is everything. I was getting it mixed up in French in my head. So the terrain theory versus the germ theory. The terrain theory, we support and love ourselves and others. The germ theory, we're on a war against germs. In the terrain theory, we have a creative mindset, and we're focused on wellness. We're asking diagnostic questions when we feel bad. Did you poop? Are you drinking enough water? Are you eating the right things? Like with my kids, whenever they have a bad symptom, it's always one of those three things that's messed up. I'm not like, who did you hang out with? Did they sneeze on you? You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing to take care of yourself? Because if you were, you probably would be fine. Where the germ theory has a warfare mindset. You're focused on hunting down and destroying germs and pathogens and getting rid of them with alcohol spray and all this stuff. The solution in terrain theory is often free, but the solution in germ theory generates huge profits. One of the things I do in my practice is we overhaul people's diet. We overhaul their diet so they're eating food that's metabolically sound, in terms of their pancreas is going to be happy with it, their thyroid, all their glands are going to be happy with this eating plan. And it's all real, nutrient dense, whole, organic food prepared in an easy, simple way. I like to do a lot of 5 ingredients or less recipes and all these things that stimulate your digestive system. And we layer in teas that help that. And then of course we layer in some supplemental foundational supplements too. That one, the solution is often free. You have to eat to live. You have to do these things. So often, like going for a walk is free. Going deep breathing is free. Once you buy your dry brush, that's free until you need a new one. Whereas the germ theory just generates huge profits. It's a wonderful business model. This terrain theory is a terrible business model. And so once we figured out how to industrialize everything, the germ theory fit right in with industrializing healthcare and making healthcare this big, godlike monster that everybody goes and just goes to without even thinking about it. In the terrain theory, personal responsibility is demanded of us. That's the big one that people don't like. It eliminates personal responsibility if it's just the germ. You have no responsibility, and you go to the hospital and you put on your ventilator and you eat that weird ice cream that won't even melt and whatever else they give you and just hope for the best. Am I saying that you should never go to the hospital? No. I really think that hospitals have a place. They have wonderful tools, they have wonderful toys, and they have wonderful, sweethearted, many of the doctors and nurses are amazing, beautiful people. But when you go to the hospital, you don't abdicate your personal responsibility. You should be asking to read labels. You should have someone with you in the hospital if you're too sick so they can read the labels for you and make sure you need that in your arm or in your mouth or whatever. In terrain theory, we are free to be wise and proactive about our health. But in the germ theory, we're just victims. We're just victims of the germ. And so to me, the germ theory is defeating. It's defeating, it's discouraging. We can never win. We can never get away from it. How can we ever overcome? With the terrain theory, there's so much hope. So the germ theory, Pasteur's theory says there are fixed external germs which invade the body. They are the direct cause of a variety of separate definable diseases. To get well, you need to kill whatever germ made you sick and do whatever possible to make sure that you never allow a microbe to enter your body in the first place. So that's the big thing. Solutions are terrible. Vaccination, we're going to insert antibodies of a disease or a microbe in a solution full of super excitotoxins into our bloodstream. Sometimes DNA from aborted humans and other species, heavy metals and formaldehyde, and the list goes on. You guys have done a good job covering all that. Synthetic drugs, surgery, radiation and chemotherapy. It's a nuclear war strategy with the bottom line of money. And once you get a person into this system, usually when they're born, or before, you create a very good repeat customer. They're in your system for life, and you're going to generate a lot of money on them. So we're going to the for the greater good or the love of money. You just have to ask these questions. So the modern medical system spends $3.65 trillion a year in healthcare expenses. Many billions of dollars are spent on vaccines and pharmaceuticals every year. And the US is still ranked 37th in global healthcare quality. That puts us below many other third world countries. And in sick care, I would call it sick care instead of healthcare like I did at the beginning, Americans spend twice the amount that the #1 country spends per year per person. So in spending, we're spending twice as much money with ranked 37th results. It's crazy. So it's not rocket science or a conspiracy theory. It's just common sense and logic to say that our system is broken and to want to get out. So in terrain theory, your key factors to consider important in disease prevention and elimination are your nutrition, detoxification, lifestyle, and mindset. You can just keep it really simple. Nutrition, detoxification, lifestyle, and mindset. I would link hydration with nutrition. I would link hydration with detoxification. I just didn't put it in there. Hydration can even be lifestyle. But those are the things that really impact your health and make a difference. So why does disease occur? Disease is a function of biology as a result of changes that take place when metabolic processes become imbalanced. Disease is drawn to sick tissue and is drawn to mucus and so on. Germs then become symptoms that stimulate the occurrence of more symptoms, which eventually culminate into disease. A weak terrain is more naturally vulnerable to external threats. So it needs to be built up through nutrition, detoxification, by maintaining a proper pH or acid-alkaline balance, and many other things to build up your terrain. But if you think about this, that disease is a function of biology as a result of changes that take place in this processes thing, going back to the other one still, I would say that if you think about disease that way, you can change your pH with your attitude. If you're constantly angry and you're constantly in a bad mood, you're going to make yourself acid. So you can drink all the green smoothies you want and you're going to still be acid. You can have apple cider vinegar, all the things. You will not heal and be well long term. And so you can change your metabolic processes by your attitude. You can change it by the stuff you watch on TV. You can change it by the way you speak to people. You can change it by the people you're around who speak to unkindly and ugly to you, and you allow that. So all that stuff can impact your health. So it's simple. The next one, disease is drawn to sick or diseased tissue, like to like. The question to ask when you feel sick or get a bad diagnosis is, what did I do to get here? What do I need to learn, and how can I take responsible to get out? So you just have to take responsibility yourself. You have to ask, what did I do? When I talk to people, I have a friend in Colorado who had breast cancer. She eats amazing, like paleo, grows it herself, gets it all from this organic place, blah, 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 makes her own kombucha, all the things. She's an amazing, beautiful person. She was so stressed for years. She had built her business, and it was a sweet music business, stressful and dealing with parents and all the things. She says, like, my stress is where this cancer came from. I know it is. She also had a lot of unresolved issues from her past, like with her family and her parents. Some of the things like went into her marriage. So what seemed like this perfect life on the outside had all this emotional turmoil on the inside, which is where her diagnosis came from. So she got her cancer removed, and she started doing a dietary therapy with detoxing and things like that. And she's totally cancer-free. She's been cancer-free for 3 years without anything else. She just had it removed and then started her journey. She does sauna, she does beamer mat, she does all kinds of stuff. But she also has had to process her pain. She and her husband had marriage counseling, and just learned to come to Christ and find victory in Christ and safety and peace in Christ. And then she finally decided to sell her music business because she didn't need it. And now she just teaches music lessons out of her house to a few families. And it's just super sweet, chill, plenty of time for her grandchildren, and she's cancer free. So you have to ask questions, and you have to be willing to do something about it. So, vaccines, good or ill? We'll just say that Béchamp, the father of the terrain theory, argued vehemently against vaccines. There were so many people saying, please, no, don't do it, don't do it. It bypasses your natural immunity. It bypasses your humoral immune system. It goes straight into your bloodstream. You can't really do that. Like, that's how you get staph infections, by having staph infection go straight into your bloodstream, and it just goes like red line, MRSA, all the things. That's why it's so severe and terrible, because it's going straight into your bloodstream. You don't do that. He said the most serious disorders may be provoked by the injection of living organisms into the blood. Untold numbers of researchers have agreed with him, but we're still called quacky conspiracy theories, anti-vaxxers, all the things. But whatever, you'll have to tie me down to stick some in me. Change of heart. It has been reported by many sources close to Pasteur, even his own family, that he recanted on his deathbed over his entire life work, stating that the microbe is nothing, the milieu is everything. And that's how you say the terrain in French. Le milieu, I guess. I've got bad pronunciation. Rudolf Virchow. He's another doctor. Rudolf Virchow is known as the Pope of modern medicine, and he's the father of the germ theory. So Pasteur kind of came up with, I found the germs and I figure out pasteurization and all that. Rudolf Virchow was a guy in Germany, and he was like called the Pope. Like, he's the one that said, here's how we can make bank on this. Here's how we can go big and go home with this whole theory. He said, if I could live my life over again, I would devote it. Sorry, my computer's messed up. Okay, if I could live my life over again, I would devote it to proving that germs seek their natural habitat, which is diseased tissue, rather than causing disease. So, let's go to the next one. So I'm going back to that little quote because it's a good one. Know yourself, you win half the time. Know your enemy, you win half the time. Know your enemy and yourself, you win. So a lot of times with my clients, not a lot of time, all the time, they have homework. They have homework to go home and know themselves. They have homework to go home and know their enemy. And then they have homework to come up with their plan. So we talk about all these strategies, but it has to be their plan. They have to want it. They have to want it for life. This has to be a new lifestyle. And you know what? It's hard to do it forever. People aren't going to never eat sugar ever again. I don't think most people aren't going to. I've never had a soda since I quit drinking soda, but I have had birthday cake sometimes, or I've had like wedding cake. And sometimes I'll fall off the wagon and wanting sweets again, just because that's my juju. And so I have to come back. And you have to come back and ask yourself the questions and clean house and just get your terrain back in order. Usually a sickness will spike it and get your attention. So a lot of my friends, even in natural medicine, who've had what's it called? COVID or whatever kind of things happening to them. We are seeing them. I'm sorry, I lost my PowerPoint. We're seeing them. I can see it on here if I wear glasses. We're seeing that the COVID is getting their attention so that they're like able to analyze their life and go, I got off the rails. I was too stressed. I was working too hard. I was doing all the wrong things that I know better. I know I shouldn't have been doing that. And now I'm going to do the right things again. And so it's a really good opportunity to reset. We can go to the next one. Okay, so knowing your enemy and understanding viruses and harmful bacteria. I'm pretty sure we'll probably be talking about that in April. And we are going to be, let me see, here we go. Okay, sorry, I had lost my thing, Tracy. Viruses and harmful bacteria. So viruses, you guys know about that, I hope, I think. I know that you're going to be hearing from someone that knows way better how to explain them than me at 12. But viruses and harmful bacteria are not scary. I'll just say they're not scary. They're out there in the universe. They're part of the ecosystem that we live in. You're supposed to have all the probiotics, which is like healthy bacteria in your gut. If you eat 2 tablespoons or 2 teaspoons of sauerkraut, it's got 40 million probiotics on 2 little tablespoons of this stuff. So it's good. It's part of our system. And if you kill it all with an antibiotic on a regular basis, you're going to disrupt all your whole system. So if you understand too that bacteria and viruses, they're going to replicate and they're going to work in your body to cleanse it. When you're sick, it's because you're overinflamed. Your inflammation is everywhere. And the viruses actually eat away. They eat inflammation. This bacteria, this eats inflammation. So what we tell people to do, like in our family or in my practice, is get up underneath the body and figure out what is it trying to do. It's expressing, it's trying to do something. What can you do? So what if you get chicken pox, right? That's a virus. You get in a bathtub with chickweed tea or with yarrow tea and you soak every single day. You to hot yarrow tea to try to express that junk out. Because you know what chicken pox is? It's a virus that empties the toxin through pustules on the skin. So if you're really highly mucus and inflamed with a lot of mucus and a lot of mucus through your system and you're exposed to chicken pox, it can take root in your body and manifest in a really bad case. It's going to bust all through your skin and you're going to look like something shot you with a buckshot. And all this gross pussy stuff's going to be coming out. So if I put cream on that to make it stop itching, is that the right thing to do? Or do I just say, what is this trying to do right now in my terrain? It's trying to clean my terrain. So I can help clean it by drinking a lot of tea, by taking DMG, by taking Power Fuel, by drinking hot cayenne pepper in my oranges, my pro oranges. And then I can get in a bathtub full of yarrow tea as hot as I can stand. So it just pulls and pulls and pulls that junk out of my skin. And your case kind of will go away real fast and easy because you shift your diet and you shift to being healthier. Let's go to the next one. Understanding why we get sick. I just said this. Viruses and bacterial infections are used by our creator to clean house. So you can, with immature bodies and systems and old worn out toxic systems and adults exposed to a myriad of extra toxins and harmful exposure, that's the kind of people that fall sick. Little kids get sick all the time and it's not, your hair shouldn't be on fire. They're going to pick up little things. I have 2 grandchildren that live around the corner. They're teeny and cute. They really hardly ever get sick. My 2.5-year-old, she's never had an ear infection that we know of. Maybe she had one cold. I think she's had a fever one time. So she doesn't get sick that often, but she eats amazing. Her mom feeds her like bottles of bone broth and she gets wonderful. She's interested every day. She eats all of our organic farm food and that's really all she eats. And her birthday treat, it's like bananas with candles and raisins and some almond butter on it. So she's just a super healthy kid. She doesn't get sick that much. A lot of little kids do though, and that's how they're building their immunity. If she were to get sick, if she were even to get, I don't know, whooping cough or something like that, if you can muscle through that and understand what the body's trying to do and support the terrain while it's sick, that little kid is going to be immune from whooping cough for the rest of their life. And it develops their bronchioles so strong because it like the whooping cough eats all the little hairs off your bronchial in your, system. That's why you whoop, because you don't have any filter left. The bacteria ate it all, but they grow back and they grow back healthier and stronger. And guess what? Those kids that got whooping cough when they were little, they almost never have asthma issues. And they rarely have bronchitis or pneumonia or anything like that as adults. So it's like this way that God goes through and just kind of burns up the terrain because it's gross and nasty and rebuilds beautiful terrain. Just like I might burn through a garden bed to get all the weeds out and let it decompose. And then that causes food to be there for the new soil to regenerate healthier things. And that's kind of what happens. So it takes bravery and it takes faith to go through it this way. I've been watching people, as soon as they see someone get sick, go to the hospital. And it's like this freak out that you go to the hospital. We'll go to the hospital so fast. As soon as you have a symptom or as soon as somebody seems too sick to handle it with like Alk-Cells or cold medicine, you run to the hospital and then you just do whatever they say. You're not responsible anymore. It's their problem now. They're in charge and they're going to come up with an answer and they're going to make these symptoms go away. So is that your whole purpose? Let's see. Yeah, you're right. I saw you going down. Okay, so understand sickness, We can skip that one because I just did it. Yeah, help the body do what it's telling you it's trying to do. These are questions that determine with a sick person. Are you constipated? Are you hydrated? What have you been eating lately? How have you been sleeping? Are you stressed out? Always ask those questions of your family or yourself when you feel sick. Next, there's more diagnostic questions. We don't have to read them all because you guys can read them. That's why I did it like this. Okay, so go to the next one. And I took the road less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. That's one of our favorite poems. When you're considering your health plan, strongly consider the results we are seeing in a germ theory dominated healthcare system, and then decide whether you want to take that road or follow those who are healthy that predominantly follow the terrain theory. It's just something to think about. Another thing I'll say, going to thriving over surviving, you have to understand and honor the terrain theory and all it means. It'll unlock a door and send you on a path to wellness from the inside out. If you understand and honor this, do you know what it is? It's a faith system. There's two, it's almost like different religions. To totally gravitate toward the germ theory, that is a religion that people are just following blindly. Whatever they tell me to do, I'll do it. I will not ask any questions. Whatever they want to inject me with, if they want to put a port in me and dump it in, I'm not going to ask questions. They know what's best. I'm going to just do what they say. I'm not saying you should never take medicine, and I'm not saying that you should never use a pharmaceutical, but you have to do it prayerfully and considering all the ramifications of it and what your body really needs. And then you do need to take the responsibility to build yourself back up. So if you've gotten yourself, sometimes I think people's life energy is so low, they don't have it in them to make it at home through a bad sickness. Now we need the hospital to get you out of this horrific ditch you're in. But when you come home, should you be eating like ding dongs and Campbell's soup and you know, chips? Or should you be way on red alert with your diet, with your lifestyle and all that stuff? Listen to your wake-up call and thrive by making better decisions. Okay, so an important choice, we can say that I'm just going to read this one. Prayerfully and thoughtfully consider how much you may have been influenced and formed by the science and media around you. I had to do this. I had to pray and seek God for wisdom. Though our bodies are an amazing array of combined miracles, they're not as complicated as we have made them in modern times in science. We don't need a bunch of specialists to tell us what to do with one part of our body. The problems our bodies face aren't as complex as we've been told. Often you just need to drink more water and everything will fix. The enemies we've been taught to recognize are not the real ones. We don't want to accept it, but our greatest enemy is ourself. We sabotage ourselves with terrible choices, emotions, relationships, godlessness, and then bemoan the outcomes. Cancer, for example, is never a sneak attack. It is a carefully brewed problem that's come from years of abuse. Take time, be a learner and a good student of yourself and of God's created universe. He's made the answers easy to find, but for most, still so hard to believe. And I'm excited about the other talks today because Tracey is going to be talking about metabolic pathways, which is a huge thing in terrain. Candace is going to be talking about gut health, which is huge. And then Judy Mikovits is going to be talking about what happens if you get injected with a poison. How do you support your terrain? It's amazing. If you just go this way, you can build a healthy body from the inside out. And the last one says, beloved, I pray that you may prosper in all things and be in health, just as your soul prospers. That's what I pray. And that's what you can have if you go to supporting your whole body and your whole health rather than just trying to play whack-a-mole with a symptom. There you go.
Well, that was absolutely fabulous. Thank you. I love it because, you know, it goes back to, I heard this comparison a long time ago, and one of my teachers actually taught me this, and they said, you have two garbage cans. One is full of garbage and rotting, and one is clean and full of nothing. Which one do the flies go to, right? And so flies don't migrate to the new clean garbage can because it's not dead and diseased. And that's the thing that we have to realize is that our body doesn't do anything wrong. When we have dead and diseased tissue, there is a reason that things attack it. There is a reason we form mucus so that the T and B cells can be activated. There is a reason the lymphatic system is activated. So we have to stop thinking, like you said, that we're at war with the world on germs, when really we're at war with the mindset. So I loved it. It was amazing. And to your point, Dr. Judy Mikovits, who's coming up later, I was talking to her yesterday, and she said, do you realize that 8% of your body's makeup is a bacteria and virum, that we're made up of viruses? And it was pretty astounding to hear that 8% of our body mass is a virum. And she's like, I don't know why we're all so worried. She said, it's not the virus, it's the expression of how our body deals with it. And like you said, the more toxic you are, the bigger the expression, the higher the inflammatory response, because you don't have the backbone to rely on. You don't have those nutrients. So great presentation. Lots of good stuff. So thank you so much for being here. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody, and we appreciate your patience. Well worth the wait, in my opinion, Kim. Well worth the wait. So guys, you can catch more of this at the professional training event that Nutritional Frontiers is putting on in Pittsburgh, PA, where Kim was coming back, and she is going to be, really diving into these slides even more than what we learned today. I assume you're going to give us all your solutions to these things that you quickly mentioned. You're like, and take this, and I'm writing notes. I'm like, slow down. So you guys, I guess they're going to have to come back and see you again, right? So you can sign up for that if you're interested. Yeah, and this is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but you can join us live stream as well. You can also get the playback recording. If you're busy, you just simply go to nutritionalfrontiers.com and you can sign up under the events tab, which will be fabulous. So thank you so much, Kim, for being here. And we love and appreciate all you do in health. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Dr.
thanks
Kim
for having
Furman.
me. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. So any contact information that you want to provide, feel free to get back on the chat box and do so. I'm sure people would love to reach out to you. Okay, guys, stay tuned because Candace is coming up next, and she's going to be talking about that gut-brain connection. So don't miss this lecture coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stay tuned right here on this link. We'll be back in about 4 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for joining us. We have a very special presenter coming up next. Candace Corcoran from the Nutritional Frontiers team is here. And welcome, Candace. She's a certified natural health professional. She's going to be talking to us today about the gut-brain connection. So, Candace, I'm very excited that you're here. I think we have the PowerPoint thing going again. So if I share this, I think it's going to be black. Go back.
I think I got Facebook pulled up here, so I've been listening in as I'm on here as well. So we're all set. I'm just going to go ahead and share my PowerPoint and
great. Here we go.
Get started here. So as everyone knows, we can feel free to make comments and let us know if the stream is working right, or just let us know if you have any questions as we go through this. But I've been going through this healthy gut, happy body, gut-brain connection thing here for quite some time because it's really important. It's really foundational, and it's one of the most important things that we can do is protecting our gut and providing good gut bacteria to help support many different systems in the body. So when we look at probiotic, it's always fun to break down words and see what they actually mean, especially words that we throw around all the time. So it means good bacteria, probiotic. So when we talk about probiotics, if people say, I don't take a probiotic, or even better, I don't need a probiotic, we all need good bacteria. We all have good bacteria, and we all have some bad bacteria as well. So if we see the human intestines contain between up to 1,000 different species of intestinal microflora. So when we look at the different species, we'll see things like lactobacillus, bifidobacterium, and those are the different strains or species of microflora that lives in our gut. So we can harbor up to 1 trillion bacteria per gram of colonic content, which basically is the way that probiotics are measured. So if you look at probiotics, you may see about 5 billion CFUs or 50 billion CFUs, but we know that our gut can harbor up to 1 trillion different of bacteria. So that's a lot, and that's 10 times as many cells that are in the human body. So we're looking at a lot of different strains, a lot of different colonic content in here. And it's really important to make sure that we have more good bacteria than bad bacteria. And oftentimes it's not really the case. We're flooded with harmful bacteria from the environment, from our diet, from prescriptions. You know, antibiotics are the most overprescribed drug. Even practitioners will admit to that. They don't really know what's going on. They'll recommend an antibiotic. If they have a feeling something's going on, or something common is going on, it's an antibiotic. So it's really important to make sure we're providing good bacteria to our gut as well. And so when I talk about this connection, it may sound a little bit more familiar or make sense to you if you haven't thought of it this way before, when we link anxiety to stomach problems and vice versa. So sometimes we don't always know, what comes first with this, but if you've ever had a gut-wrenching experience, it's not normally because you ate something bad, or, you just have an upset stomach for something. The gut-wrenching experience is more commonly thought of as an emotional experience. So a gut-wrenching experience can be, hearing about a car accident or something really traumatic or emotionally sad. In certain situations can make us feel nauseous, hearing bad news, things like that. Or maybe on a good side, a better note, if you've ever felt butterflies in your stomach, that can be a good thing, a happy thing. So when we experience some emotions, we feel that in our gut. So we use these expressions for a reason, and there's many different emotions that we experience. So the GI tract is sensitive to emotion, whether it's some of the things that I mentioned: anger, a big one is anxiety, sadness, elation, getting excited, worked up about something. These can trigger symptoms in the gut. And, if we're looking at emotions like stress or anxiety, and even elongated anger or sadness, Elation is typically an effect that we have, right before you get ready to do a presentation, or right before someone's about to come over and see your house for the first time, or, that's typically a short-lived emotion. But when we talk about anger, anxiety, sadness, that is prolonged over a period of time, and that can really affect our gut. Imagine having that gut-wrenching experience last for days, months, years. This pandemic, we're seeing these different emotional effects that people are going through due to the pandemic, losing a job, being trapped at home for a year. All these things, lasting for a long period of time can seriously affect our gut. So we have to take care of our emotions just as much as we have to take care of our body physically. So we look at the neurotransmitters that are formed in the gut, and what that means is some of the things that affect our emotions or our mental health. So when we look at where our neurotransmitters are produced, and when we say that, we're talking about the most common ones: serotonin, dopamine, GABA. These are neurotransmitters which regulate our thoughts, our emotions, how we sleep at night, how we deal with anxiety and stress. And these can be regulated by regulating our gut microflora. And, when we look at these like GABA, all these, they are on the same level as, antidepressants. So whenever we're talking about, someone who's depressed, mildly depressed, or has had an extreme case for a while, anxiety, some of these things can be regulated by altering our neurotransmitters. So by taking a product with GABA, like the Calm Day, which is a very common product. It's one of our top sold products. Calm Day and Sleep Time are definitely up there. The top products that we sell each month at Nutritional Frontiers and the Weiner Wellness Clinic, because they're some of the most common issues. And alongside with that, you'll see Probzyme, you'll see GI Complete, you'll see a lot of these gut-related products, and that's because they're some of the most common issues. And like I mentioned before in the last slide, vice versa, we don't always know what's coming first, but we do know that our emotions can affect our gut, and what's going on in our gut can sometimes trigger a deficiency or a change in our mood. So also, when we're not feeling good physically, our mood isn't going to be up, and we're not going to feel as motivated to go out with friends or go out and do something and have fun, get dressed up, because we're going to be, feeling lousy and not feeling great physically, which affects us, on the mental side. So we see that connection there. And another point of our gut being so beneficial and looking at keeping our microflora, our immune health. Our immune system is formed in the gut. I think it's about 70 to 80% of our immune system is actually formed in the gut. So that's really important to keep a good environment so that our immune system can thrive. So we have seen so many studies in both animals and humans showing stimulating effects from live cultures, streaming with lactobacillus, and like I mentioned before, bifidobacterium, all of that. And we see that the probiotics from that can increase the activity of several types of white blood cells. So that's, the connection with the immune system. And there's so many different studies showing immune-related diseases, including cancer, infections of the stomach, infections of the intestines, and even allergies, to name a few. So that, most people have allergies, or it's very common to have allergies, and then you go all the way over to an extreme side of cancer. This is all categorized under immune health and related to the microflora that we carry. So there's a big connection here, and whether it's the most common things or something very extreme, we need to provide a good level here so we have a good balance and we can support our immune health with something that I may categorize as simple. It may be very simple to boost your immune health by stepping up your gut bacteria a little bit. So, either way you look at it, I categorize these as foundational health. Probiotics are something that we'll see a little bit later in this presentation, but I categorize this as baseline health. It's very important to make sure we're having probiotics in the gut, that we're supplementing with them, because as much as we try to incorporate them in our diet, we're not always eating live foods. We're not always eating, things that were even mentioned in the studies, yogurt. And when we are eating yogurt, a lot of times it's filled with sugar or like artificial fruit and flavorings. So, a lot of times we find something healthy and we still find a way to sugar it up and break down the nutrients in it. So sometimes it's really hard to find that within our diet. So supplementing it can be equally as important. And then, still looking at the immune system here, microorganisms that live in the walls of your digestive tract encounter all these microorganisms. And whenever they sense certain bacteria, they excrete compounds into the gut that trigger the immune response. So this is what's going to help either trigger a positive immune response, like boosting your immune system, keeping your health up, being able to fight off different viruses, bacteria, illnesses, and all of that. And on the negative side, trigger a negative immune response where we're going to see allergies, in disease even. So we know disease is present in the body where there is toxicity or deficiency. So toxicity is, one thing, but looking at deficiency, that can be a deficiency of probiotics, a deficiency of things that boost the immune response. So this is where we'll see some things that are triggered into negative immune response that can cause something from, like I said, very basic, like allergies that people don't look too much at. And when I say that, allergies range even. People can have very mild allergies where with a change of the season, like we're experiencing now, we've had some high 50, 60-degree days, all the way down to about in the teens when we wake up here. So we see that the weather is changing and it's affecting some people's allergies, which may be mild. And then there's other people who have extremely severe immune allergy effects. So those can be from animals, from change of seasons, things like that. So it really differentiates. And a lot of times we can trigger that back to their baseline health. Are they generally healthy? You don't typically see someone who's generally healthy have really bad allergies. You typically see people who have IBS, Crohn's, colitis, or any other type of issue, thyroid issues, and they have really bad allergies. So that's an indicator that there's probably more underlying health issues, something we can just see on the surface and look at just based on an allergy response. So these are just some other examples. I know this is focusing on the gut-brain connection, but looking at probiotics in general, I had to include this because we see that probiotics can help with a lot of different things. And this is research studies. So this is science here looking at how beneficial probiotics are. So we see that they can help counter the effects of toxic metal exposure, which again, like I just said, a lot of times when disease is present, there's either levels of deficiency, nutrient deficiency, or levels of toxicity. So where we see this toxicity, toxic metal exposure is a big thing. We see heavy metals really affecting people's health. People who work in certain industries, whether it's construction or anything along those lines, that you're exposed to this, maybe some engineers, probiotics help counter the effects of that. So I know some people that have been on construction site jobs being exposed to certain things and have all been put on antibiotics for something, causing sinus issues, whether it was toxic metal or something else in the environment. People put on antibiotics for something that was triggering their sinus. And, what they could have taken in the first place was a probiotic to help either one prevent this or to help counter the effects of the exposure. So my approach is always to prevent the effects. And that's why I take it every day, no matter what. I always take the Frontier Biotics. We'll get into the different strains, different formulas here, but if you're familiar, I always take the Frontier Biotics, and if I start to have an issue or am around someone who's a little sick or catches a cold during certain seasons, I'll bump it up to the Super Biotics or to the SBC. So there's different levels and ways to combat these, but that's just one example with a lot of science behind it. And probiotics can help lower cholesterol. We've seen this in a study looking at a lactobacillus probiotic bacteria in an in vitro investigation, and then more studies that probiotics may help prevent dental cavities, periodontal disease, and we're seeing this because we know and it's funny to hear the different links and connections here. And if you've heard the term leaky gut, which has become more and more and more popular over the years, I've heard a term that you may not have heard before called leaky mouth. And that's really interesting to hear because our mouth is one of our first lines of defense. It's where everything gets initially put into the body, and it's right there, so it absorbs everything. If we take any liquids or like fast melt chewables or something, we're already starting to absorb things through our mouth. So we know that it's very sensitive and open to what we're putting into it. And if we're having things like cavities or issues with our gums or anything in general, probiotics can help that. Which is really cool to see products with a chewable or a liquid probiotic, like our Probzyme, which is a chewable, so you can actually chew that up, let it sit in your mouth for a minute, and get the benefits there. Rather than taking, if you take a capsule like the Frontier Biotics or any of the other ones, you will swallow that and it will start to open up and absorb in your GI tract and in your gut. So that would be good for that situation. But the chewable would be amazing for your oral health. Or if you open up one of the capsules, I know people have done that with certain issues going on in the mouth. Typically, if you have like, a dental procedure done or an infection or something, I've seen people open up the probiotics, usually the Frontier Biotics, put it on their toothbrush and even brush with that or just swish it around in their mouth a little bit, because we know that these things are beneficial. So when we're focusing on this gut-brain connection, I don't think there's any question that it exists. But I think it's helpful to see all these different studies on probiotics to just look at the different variations and see how beneficial they can be in so many different ways. So when we look at our formulas, we have the Frontier Biotics, Super Biotics, SBC, and Probzyme. And for me, sometimes it's hard to differentiate, which one's the best, which one to take, which is why oftentimes I'll take two of them at once. I normally take a capsule probiotic, and I take the Probzyme just about daily with meals. So, these are just nothing but beneficial. So if you're taking two of them, that's okay. But if you want to narrow it down to one, we'll break it down a little bit for you here. It's part of the foundational pyramid, the supplement pyramid here. And when we look at the bottom, looking at the supplements, we'll see probiotics and enzymes, and these are all listed here, all the probiotics. So you get a glimpse of that. And I'm sorry, going back, seeing how wide it is at the bottom, and if you're familiar with the health pyramid, that's what you need the most of. So when we look at wellness solutions at the top, that might be like condition-related products. But if we see the bottom, we'll see what we need the most of every day, kind of no matter what. So we'll look at the Frontier Biotics, non-dairy probiotic, which is huge because a lot of people that need probiotics are sensitive to dairy. So taking a dairy-based probiotic is not going to give you much relief or support. So the non-dairy probiotic is very important. It's in a vegetarian capsule, and that makes it pretty much okay for just about anyone to take, no matter what your health needs or choices are. If you're vegan or anything like that, it makes it good for you. Containing beneficial microorganisms, again, you'll see, to support digestive health, of course, immune health, microbial balance. We can even throw in there, brain support, neurotransmitter support, cholesterol support, and all the things we touched on. But these are the things that have the most studies behind them. This product contains 6 billion CFUs, which again is the colony forming units, with 10 different microorganism strains per capsule. And these are all guaranteed at expiration date. So not just for the Frontier Biotics, but all the products that Nutritional Frontiers makes, we make them guaranteed at expiration date. So if you see 6 billion CFUs in it now, that's what's guaranteed at expiration date. So we're going to see that and have those probiotics guaranteed there whenever the product is close to expiration. So whenever it's made, we're seeing a lot more probiotics in there from the beginning, so that if they start to die down a little bit, or the product becomes aged, you're still going to have that guaranteed in there no matter what. They support all these things, and they come in the blue glass bottle, which you saw in the last slide, which helps protect the strains even more, which helps that guarantee all the way through expiration date. And looking at the different strains in there, we see some lactobacillus, bifidobacterium. I think I even continue this on the next slide here. And these are just stating some of the research behind it. Whenever you see the BIO5, for example, or the BBO3, that comes from some of the research when we're looking at it. And these are just stating that they are good for adhering to intestinal walls, surviving acid, surviving bile. And why that's important is because, sometimes someone who may have a compromised gut may have a harsh environment for these probiotics to survive in. So this is actually super important to see these types of studies, because if you have a compromised gut and you're taking a good probiotic, but it can't survive the environment you're putting it in, you may not even see the effects. So it's really cool to see how strong these probiotics are, how strong these strains are, and look at the different species that we contain. There's 10 of them in the Frontier Biotics, and just to see how highly tolerant they are and get the benefits from all of those things. So that's the most foundational, basic probiotic that I recommend to just about everybody. It's what I typically take on a daily basis, pretty much just one a day. Dealing with different things, I might bump it up, but typically one a day of the Frontier Biotics. If you're taking it consistently every day, that's really all you need. So next we can look at the Superbiotics, which this one contains 50 billion CFUs in 12 different strains per capsule, again guaranteed at expiration. So very similar to the Frontier Biotics, just a little bit stronger. So this is really great if you have been on an antibiotic, or you are going to be getting started on a probiotic maybe for the first time. So it's really important to have these different options. So that would be nice if you need something like 50 billion CFUs. You don't have to take 4 or 5 different Frontier Biotics. You could just take one Superbiotic. So we see these different options, and it's really great to have these choices. Like I said, as long as you're taking one of these, you're going to see the benefits. Then we have the SBC, which could be a little bit more of a specific needed probiotic. Stands for Saccharomyces boulardii, which you may have heard. It's commonly used over the counter, and this one contains 5 billion CFUs of the Saccharomyces boulardii, which is kind of a probiotic that pulls out bad bacteria. So this one helps kind of erase the bad bacteria, and you'll see it's populated with 2 billion CFUs. So that's going to give you just a little bit of the good bacteria while taking away bad bacteria at the same time. So we'll see again high survival rates in the intestines, strong adhesion into the intestinal wall, and this is so important here to see these. One really good example of usage of the SBC is alongside products like the Candy Kill or Paracleanse, Microgon, anything that's going to pull out something going on in the body, like an infection, yeast infection, overgrowth of bad bacteria. This is kind of like it attaches to it and pulls it out. And there's some really cool studies here actually up against one of the top over-the-counter probiotics, which is Fluorostore, which before I really got into learning about probiotics, I had heard about Fluorostore and even know people that have taken it and thought, you know, from their personal experience, it helped tremendously with IBS, Crohn's, sorry, not specifically Crohn's, I don't know that, but with colitis and IBS, I've heard personal stories of that, and it worked great. So if we know that that works great, and then we see the science of it compared to the actual SBC that we use, this is a study from our actual strain, we're seeing the benefits. If you look at this chart here, the green lines are the Saccharomyces boulardii, and the blue is the Fluorostore. So you could see that the SBC was higher and on every day of these, and you can read some of the outcomes here. 10% improvement, ease of evacuation, improved fecal consistency, premenstrual regulation, all these things here. So we're seeing really great benefits from this in a 7-day randomized trial of daily intake of these. So that was really cool to see. The science is really important behind all of these to see that they work. Because I've heard so many people say, oh, I took a probiotic and I didn't feel any better. Or even worse, I took a probiotic and it didn't make me feel good. You know, it's probably one that was derived from dairy. Whereas these ones, you know, will really show you a benefit. So the last probiotic here we see, we'll look at the Probzyme. This one combines 6 strains of probiotics along with 6 different digestive enzymes. This is a really unique combination, especially because it comes in a chewable. We have 3 different amazing flavors of it. My favorite is the Tropical Punch. There's also cherry and grape. These are great for kids. Kids enjoy them. You know, it talked about the benefits of the probiotics, so we'll see the enzymes included. Like I said, there's 6 different enzymes, amylase, and you know, all of these here, digestive enzymes helping improve indigestion, heartburn, reflux, gas and bloating, stomach pain, constipation, diarrhea. They can benefit people who have been on an overuse of antibiotics. And these are also ideal for people who have trouble swallowing pills, or like I said, children, and even adults. So this is one of my favorite products, probably one of the most consumed Nutritional Frontiers products I've taken over the last 7+ years. And probably one of my favorites because it's a chewable, it's something enjoyable, because sometimes I do get tired of swallowing a handful of pills with, you know, certain meals throughout the day. So this is just a nice chewable to take afterward that really just provides relief if you aren't always eating, you know, the most perfect nutritious meal. So just a summary to break it down again, if you're not sure, probiotics, great for everyone, provide 10 beneficial microorganisms. It's 6 billion CFUs, so that's the dose you're going to get. Good for daily use. Then the superbiotics is 50 billion CFUs, and really great for if you've been on an antibiotic or have never taken a probiotic before. Really great boost to get you started. SBC, if you have some sort of thing going on that you want to remove, do some sort of gut detox, that'd be really great while populating with good bacteria as well. And then Probzyme, good for anyone who has stomach issues, acid reflux, really any sort of sensitivity after you eat, it would be great. So getting back more into, the gut-brain connection here, like I said before, we have, arrows going both ways here. You see stress or dietary or environmental triggers affecting the changes in your microbiome. Then we see things like leaky gut. We see immune activation, inflammatory cytokine production, blood barrier breakdown, alterations in neurotransmitter levels. These are some of the different things where we're looking at, neurobehavioral and mood changes. This is all part of the gut-brain connection and how our GI tract can influence our central nervous system. So these are some of all of the ways that we could see those effects. And when we look at the gut, what exactly are we talking about? Well, it's a lot larger than I even imagined, because I'm just thinking small and large intestines. It's probably the first go-to. But we see that the gut includes every organ involved in digesting food and processing it into waste. And our gut is often called the second brain. So when we look at that whole tract, if you think of a gastroenterologist, they study and are the experts in everything from beginning of your GI tract, like I mentioned before, your mouth, your esophagus, all the way down through excretion. So when we see how the gut is connected to the brain, they communicate back and forth, and they're connected in two main ways, physically and chemically. So, we see them sending messages back and forth to each other, and we don't always have to know, what's coming first, but we do know that there's a true connection between the two here. So the ability of the microbiome to influence brain and behavior, or the ability of brain and behavior to influence the intestinal microbiome. So the gut-brain axis, it's all connected here, goes both ways. Like I mentioned these before, some of these emotional effects that we see can really trigger how we're feeling physically, and what we're doing physically can really trigger our emotions and just bring our mood down, make us more irritable. Brain fog, that's a huge one. A lot of times when we see brain fog, it's because our diet has been out of whack for a few weeks. So we know it goes both ways, and we have to look at addressing both of these. Or if we know the source of our stress, whether it's an emotional stressor or a physical stressor, we have to identify that and see what can be, what we can change here to alter that, to fix both the gut and the brain. So anxiety and digestion. Anxiety is huge in our country, even at a young age. We'll see school-aged students, and when I first would reference that, I would think college students, but we now have children. And I was just talking with a teacher who, I believe she's with kindergartner. She was much younger than the group I was trying to reference to, but she said she had to text a mother during her Zoom class the other day to get the child to give permission to take the child off of the Zoom class, because he was just having an emotional mental breakdown because of all the stress surrounding these online classes. It's not normal for children to learn this way, especially at such a young age. And for someone like myself in my late 20s, I have learned, an online connection, being able to present. This morning I was on with Jamie, Jeff, and Tracey. We're all communicating And to me, that has become sort of normal. But to a young kindergartner, it is something totally different, something they're not comfortable with, and something that can cause anxiety. So, we're seeing this in even very young students, and it's probably affecting his digestion and all other sorts of things. So we're seeing these, and here's just some great references that Nutritional Frontiers has put together. In the holistic truth issues, we look at see how sugar destroys the brain. Well, if we're consuming sugar through our GI tract, how does it affect the brain? So we got to look at that connection. Hydration in the brain. We know our brain is about 75% water. So as we consume water, we see the connection there as well. Just some really great information. And these are some formulas that I recommend aside from the foundational products. And these are so common. Sometimes I think of them as part of the foundational products, but they are really products that we put at the top of that pyramid. They are condition-specific products. So the GI Complete would be really recommended for people with severe gut issues, but it can be so beneficial for so many different reasons. It's a fantastic product and can really clear up some things. Once people have taken the GI Complete, they'll notice a change in their brain fog that'll clear up, better mood because they're feeling better also. And then the calm day, this can be really beneficial. Immunomax, really great if your immune system is compromised. Great to take in the meantime while you're boosting it up. So we see the foundation is going to be derived from the probiotics and other things that I mentioned here, keeping your gut healthy. Then these are supportive products in the meantime. So these are just some that I like to recommend on top of everything. But when we look at the gut-brain connection, we really need to think about stressors, physical stressors or emotional stressors. Our body doesn't really know the difference between when we eat a sugar-filled donut or something that might not be very healthy compared to an emotional stressor. Our body will feel stress regardless and have a negative impact. So it's important to look at these different things and see, what's really going to provide us with the best support. And the baseline of that is going to be the probiotics that we discussed a lot and just going off that health pyramid. So that is all of my presentation here and things that I just really like to talk about a lot because it's so beneficial, it's so important, and is really going to give you the best overall health that you can really ask for. So, I put this together looking at all the benefits that we can get from all of that, and I think that will set you up for success.
Well, that was awesome, Candace, and I agree. The current state of our mental health, especially with children, and I know I have kids, so I've seen how this case-demic has really impacted them, and the socialization, just not being able to play with their friends. My 7-year-old was in the backseat of the car, and he said, "Mommy, if I would go back to school, do I have to stay 6 feet away from my friend?" And a little boy that's at our house all the time. And I'm like, well, probably, buddy. So he doesn't understand. He can't make the logical connection in his brain because it's not logical. So I can't expect him to, right? So giving him the physical support has really helped. The Neuromax probiotics we do each night. He loves the Probzyme. So it really does help. And I hope people take this to heart, what you told us today. It's very important that we start supporting that gut-brain connection. It is true, and it's a real thing.
Yeah, and we look at our physical health, and we know there's so many issues that people struggle with, diabetes, obesity, issues related to foods that we're consuming, lack of movement, low energy, all these things. But now what we're seeing more and more of that we weren't really seeing years and years and years ago is the mental aspect of it, the emotional effects, antidepressants, anything related to mood, anti-anxiety. These are some of the most commonly prescribed drugs and things that people take like it's nothing. They don't really think about it. They just consume them, not really realizing the negative effects that the prescriptions are causing on their health. But it's just become the norm that people are taking these and then they become really hard to get off of.
Right.
So that can be scary.
And some of them have irreversible damage. Like I was talking to Dr. Len Bransowitz, he's a PharmD, NDMD. And, Concerta is one of the biggest ones. And basically it's an amphetamine. And what it does is it destroys, after 2 years of use, what the studies have shown, it destroys the dopamine receptors. And those are receptors of joy, right? It's where you get joy from your environment. And what was happening to these kids is because of the dysbiosis in the gut, because of their poor diets, because of the chemical-laden foods they were eating, the dopamine receptors became kind of downgraded, right? Upgraded. So it was like all of this excitatory information was coming in. So they give them this Concerta, which dulls those dopamine receptors. The issue was they found after 2 years of use, it's irreversible. So while the environment calmed down for these kids, now they're seekers. They're trying to find something to get that innate joy that they're seeking. So they go to addictions, sex addictions, video game addictions, food addictions, drug addictions, alcohol addictions. And you're seeing this over and over. It's the #1 prescribed medication for our kids now for ADHD. So we have to find a new way. And I think that's what this whole day is about. Kim started it off and she said, we have to redo this. Like, how did we get here? And now we're coming in on the gut brain. And instead of looking at what we're eating and the environment we're putting in and the influences around us and all the things that are those touch points to our body, right? Smell, taste, touch, sound, all of temperature, all of that. That's information. So what if you're in a hostile environment or something that is constantly mentally stressing you? Could that change your gut microbiome? Absolutely, because that enteric nervous system is real. So we have to start thinking more about not suppressing the result, but actually, how do we change the environment internally and externally? So great stuff today. Probiotics, easy, so easy, and such a huge impact.
Exactly. And it's something simple that there's a lot of research out there that doesn't really, there's no real negative effects of the probiotics like you're talking about with this medication. And when parents are putting their children on it, they're not hearing about these studies that are done after 2 years of being on this medication. They're hearing right now, this will help your child and be beneficial for this this situation that they're feeling. Hoping that it's temporary, but they tend to be on it for years and years, and they develop these damages that are coming from the medication versus if they were to take a probiotic, have a more natural approach about it, it would, regulate all of that and bring it back into balance rather than the route that they're taking. So it's not that people are doing this because they know it's harmful. They're not hearing about these studies. And, people may not care if probiotics adhere to your gut wall or, things like that, but they do see the benefit that comes out of that. And that's the important part here, that's why we talk about these things. That's why we highlight it, because that's what the medical field should be doing, but we're not hearing about these studies either. So this is just a much better route to take, especially like I mentioned through some of these as prevention.
Yeah. And, as Dr. Sherry says, the whole allopathic model should be bulldozed off the side of the cliff. And I'm always like, and then fire and brimstone should come down upon it. So I just added that, but we need a redo. We need to reset the mindset. We need to reset the education. I mean, honestly, I really think it's ego and denial at this point. For a professional that doesn't understand the integration of, nutrition and environment and how it impacts your health, that is just simply cognitive dissonance. Like they just don't want to believe it. Because if we're talking science, the science has proven over and over and over again that if we change our environment internally and externally, we change the outcome. It's not rocket science. It's really just common sense. And if my 7-year-old can sit here and logically say, it really doesn't make sense that my best friend comes over to our house like 3 or 4 times a week and we play outside and we have sleepovers and we do all these things, but at school I got to stay 6 feet away from him. My 7-year-old, then, I mean, seriously, people at that level of really super smart people that rain down all these protocols, they might want to take some advice from my 7-year-old because he's pretty darn smart.
I think he knows what he's talking about.
I think he's on it. So thank you, Candace. Guys, stay tuned. I'm up next. So I'm going to be talking about the lymphatic system and chronic health. And then we have Judy Mikovits coming at noon. So great day of powerful, brilliant women. Bringing it right to you.
Thanks, Tracey. We'll see you.
Thank you, Candace. Have a great day. All right, guys, stay tuned. We are coming up next at 11 a.m. with a great lecture by me on the lymphatic system. So thanks for joining us at the Weiner Wellness Center. We're so happy you're here. It's our virtual summit, but we are open at the Weiner Wellness Center, and I encourage you to stop in and see the experts there. Jeff Niznik is there, Dr. Orbach, Dr. Honigman, Joe Messino, Jamie Dorley. They're all there waiting to answer your questions. So you can go in, you can shop, or if you want to call in your order, you can call the Weiner Wellness Center, place your order for curbside pickup, or they will ship it to your house. Order $75 or more. It's free shipping, so why not? All right, guys, I'll be back momentarily. Stay tuned, and thank you for joining us today. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. We're so happy you're here. My name is Tracey Stroup, and I am going to be lecturing for the next hour on the lymphatic system, chronic health, and disease prevention. I think one of the great misconceptions is that we are defined by our genetics. We're defined and hostage to our current state of sickness or disease. And really, if you know a way out or a way around, it can be very effective, and that comes from good, solid nutrition. So a little bit of background about me. I'm a naturopathic doctor, a certified natural health professional. I also have a bachelor's of science from Penn State University in exercise and sports science and a minor in nutrition. I'm a level 2 digestive specialist, and I'm a lover of Jesus. So I come from a very foundational biblical principle on health that if we are closer to what God created in its whole form, not genetically modified or altered by man, we're going to be healthier. And so the cool thing about our health is we have a system called the lymphatic system, where we're going to learn a little bit about it today. And, I think it's forgotten a lot because it's not the big sexy thing on the market anymore, right? We like to talk about methylation and genetic mutations and things of that nature. And those are all vital and important. And now the whole world is focused on, COVID-19 and the coronavirus, and, we're just all doomed. But I really think that we didn't get in this situation because we were so healthy. We just heard a great presentation from Kim Furman and then from Candace about terrain theory and about keeping our personal terrain healthy. And part of that is keeping the systems and functions of detoxification healthy. So as we move through this PowerPoint, feel free to post your questions in the chat box or comments. I'd love to hear from you. And I'm glad that you're choosing to spend some time with us today at the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. We're very grateful that you're here. So the lymphatic system, what is it? Well, let's start with what are the elimination pathways. The bowels, the urinary, the lungs, the lymph, and the skin. These are the pathways that are innate within our body. We already have our own detoxification system. Do we sometimes need to enhance it and help it? Absolutely. But when I work with clients, I like to see what their body's able to do. And usually when people come in, I talk to them about the elimination pathways. Your bowels, which is your liver, gallbladder, and colon. Your urinary, which is your bladder and kidney. Your lungs, right? Those are the lungs and the blood and the oxygenation. The lymphatic system, which we're going to talk about today, and all your lymph nodes. And then your skin, which is both an acceptor and a detoxifier. So we can absorb things through our skin and we can detoxify things through our skin. So it's really important that we keep these elimination pathways open. And I equate them to like a 5-lane highway, right? So when people come in, I'll ask them about these systems and they're like, oh, no, I'm good. I'm like, well, do you have normal bowel movements every day? Is your liver healthy? Do you have a gallbladder? Most people say, well, I lost my gallbladder. I'm like, well, have you found it yet? Right? So you don't really lose it. As Dr. Weiner used to say, the medical community thinks we have too many organs, right? So we normally have those things removed rather than looking at why did they become diseased in the first place. The urinary system, this is your bladder and kidneys. And this goes all the way back to water intake. How much water are you drinking? Are you keeping the bladder and the kidneys functioning optimally? Do you have enough minerals, potassium, things that keep it moving? How is the health of your bladder? Lungs, are you taking deep breathing? We heard from Dr. Orbach about deep breathing exercises, which was fabulous. And think about our current state of the mask world, right? How much deoxygenation are we subjecting ourselves to, our children to, simply because we have chosen faith or chosen fear over faith, right? And then the lymphatic system. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And our skin, think about it. By the time you leave the bathroom in the morning, average woman will put over 300 chemicals on her skin, from shampoos to makeups, body lotions. I mean, some of the biggest stores in the world are lotion distributors, right? You look at like Bed Bath & Beyond or Body Works, all those chemicals, all those xenoestrogens, all those hormone disruptors that are in there, and they get absorbed through your skin. One of the biggest downfalls that I've seen in the last, 30, 40 years has been sunscreen. I talked about this a while ago. We have demonized all the things that are good and gave, such credit to all these chemical poisons that are actually bad for us, including sunscreen. I mean, why would the sun that produces all life in the universe be bad for us all of a sudden. So it's been around a lot longer than we have. So I'm not really sure how we got there, but we'll figure it out, right? So let's talk a little bit about, the lymphatic system and what it does. Okay, come on, PowerPoint. You got to work for me today. These technological difficulties. So what is the lymphatic system? It's a network of tissues and organs that help rid the body of toxins, waste, and other unwanted materials. It actually has its own T cells. It's your part of your immune system, and there's a lot of other organs we're going to talk about that are part of the lymphatic system. But the primary function of the lymphatic system is to transport lymph, a fluid that contains infection-fighting white blood cells. So this is a really important system, and it's so important that it's 3 times the size of your bloodstream, and it goes through every cell and every tissue. The bad part about it is not like the bloodstream, because it doesn't have a pump. So in order for it to get through every part of your body that it needs to get through, you actually have to move it. And so we need to actually take care and stimulate this lymphatic system through movement and exercise, which is really what movement was created for: detoxification, and also for neuromuscular transmission, communication of the outside world to your brain. I'm going to step here, jump there, that vestibular balance. That's what movement is about. And somehow along the lines, we took that concept of movement and stimulation of the lymphatic system and detoxification of the body and keeping your healthy cells renewed, and sold you a product that we told you had to burn calories and lose weight. So I want to try to change the mindset today on exercise and make it really good in your life again, and not part of deprivation. Know that if you're on that treadmill, you're on that elliptical, you're walking outside, you're moving your body, that you are detoxifying your cells of bad things, and you're actually enhancing your health and offsetting chronic disease. That's the most important thing. So this system consists of veins and capillaries, just like the circulatory system. And they're all connected to your tonsils and adenoids and spleen and thymus. And all of that is part of the lymphatic system. So if you take a look at this graphic, wow, it's pretty intricate. It's pretty big. It is everywhere, and it is valuable to you. So we're going to really get into this. So there's hundreds of lymph nodes all over the body. They're located deep inside the body. Some are under your armpits. Sometimes when you get sick, you can feel them in your neck or in your armpits or even in your groin areas. That's very common as a first sign of your body doing the right thing. So I just want to emphasize that your body doesn't do anything wrong. It tries to save your life 24/7. So we need to really respect how the body reacts to dis-ease. We need to respect how the body reacts to outside invaders or even inside invaders that we voluntarily put into our body. When your lymph nodes are swollen, it's your first line of defense. It's activating the immune system saying, hey, we've captured this stuff. We need to look at this and identify what it is. And then we need to decide, should it stay or should it go? So the first part of that lymphatic system / immune system is the spleen, which is located on the left side of the body. It's just above the kidney. And this is the largest lymphatic organ. So this creates white blood cells called lymphocytes, which act as defenders against invaders. So when that lymphatic system is moving through your body and it's pulling things out of your cells that shouldn't be there, or an outside invader comes through your natural pathway of immunity, which is the nasal passage and the mouth and all of those mucous membranes, it passes through the tonsils down into the digestive system where it gets distributed out to that lymphatic system, and your body identifies it. And we heard earlier, and we will hear after my lecture of Dr. Judy Mikovits is coming up next. She'll be talking about vaccine detoxification, that injection is much, much different than ingestion. So when you ingest something like a pathogen or an invader, your body has a natural God-given pathway of immunity. When you inject it into your blood, you are bypassing all of those identifiers, including your tonsils and your spleen and all of the things that we need. So we need to stay in the way that it was created for our benefit and not try to do it better, right? We always try to one-up God. That's how I always think. So the thymus is located in the chest, just above the heart. And you will see gorillas pound on their chest during aggression. And why is that? Because it's activating. It activates the entire immune system to stimulate, and it causes that sympathetic nervous system to react. So they will pound on their chest to get this stimulation that says, hey, there's an issue, there's a problem. Well, your body does the same thing. Although when we get sick, we're not pounding on your chest. Hypothetically, you could to stimulate your thymus and activate the T cells, which help destroy infection, including cancerous cells, guys. So keeping the thymus happy, healthy, activated is really important. And then we have the tonsils. And this is one of the most criminal things that I see in the allopathic, and so archaic. I mean, aren't we past this yet where we remove tonsils? I mean, if a kid comes in and they have swollen adenoids, swollen tonsils, does that mean that they're defective, that they're not doing what they're supposed to do? No, it means they're absolutely doing what they're supposed to do. As you swallow food, as you get exposed to viruses and bacteria, those tonsils take slivers of that and take it to the lymphatic system and other identifying areas so that your body can say, and it literally does that. It says, is this good for me or is this not? Is this real food or is this toxicity? Is this healthy for me or is it going to cause systemic inflammation? And so what happens is those tonsils and adenoids, they activate and you get an inflammatory response because they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. So what happens when the tonsils inflames? It blocks the esophagus. Why do you think that is? It's saying, stop, quit swallowing whatever it is you're swallowing. I don't like it. So we have to remember the body's amazing. And we keep trying to dumb it down and try to tell you that your body's sick and it's diseased and it's doing the wrong thing, when really it's just trying to save your life. So one of the most criminal things I think we do is take away the first part of the immune system in children because they're eating highly processed foods and dairies, gluten. They're getting injected with toxins that create an environment of hostility. And we take them to the doctor and they say, well, you know, all this stuff doesn't matter over here. The little Jimmy's eating red dyes and processed foods and, you know, a bunch of additives and preservatives and glyphosate. Let's rip out this first line of defense of his immune system. That seems like a good pathway. So I really think we need to start thinking, not only as practitioners, but as parents, what is the body saying to us? We have that mommy intuition. We have that practitioner intuition, Holy Spirit led, right? Whatever that looks like. But you know your kids, you know your body. So make sure that you're thinking and advocating for your own health. That's what these seminars are all about. And then we have the lymph. It's a clear and colorless fluid. And the word lymph comes from the word lympha, which means connected to water. So the plasma levels, the body cells, once it has delivered its nutrients and it removes debris, most of the fluid returns in venous circulation, and these tiny little blood vessels called venules, they continue to go in and reach into that blood and pull out bad things. But unlike blood, as we talked about before, it doesn't have a pump. So we have to continually loop this lymphatic fluid through our body and all these vessels so that it can continue to clean, continue to identify, and then it dumps all that bad stuff into the kidneys, the bladder, and the colon, and you excrete it through your body. So it's really important. Remember how I talked about the bowels, the lungs, the urinary, the tract, all of those elimination pathways, the bulls, right? Bowels, urinary, lungs, lymph, skin. They all have to be working. That 5-lane highway has to be open, because if you have a couple of lanes down, then all the traffic tries to go into those lanes that are still open, and you get a backup. You get a traffic jam of toxins. So make sure that when I talk about the lymph, it doesn't just stop there. It actually just starts there, and then everything else has to pile on top of it. So here's the cool thing. Most of the time we think the lymphatic system is just about, well, you know, fluid balance and detoxification as part of the immune system. And that's true. But it's also responsible for the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins. Now think about the COVID-19 pandemic, right? Or as we like to call it, the case-demic, because it wasn't really a pandemic. But anyway, whole different topic. The absorption of fat-soluble vitamins. The number one nutrient, the number one fat-soluble vitamin that blocked the receptor site of the ACE2 that the SARS-CoV-2 would come in and connect to was vitamin D. It was like a shield. It was like right there, a shield. What creates vitamin D, guys? The sun. You know, that big glowing orb in the sky they're trying to tell you is bad. Whatever. So the absorption of these fat-soluble nutrients is really determined on lymphatic health. Starts with immunity, starts with us moving, starts with us keeping our body clean, starts with us taking accountability and responsibility. So we're going to talk today about the lymphatic system. How can we enhance it? And then the value of it. And I've put some products down at the bottom of these columns here. So we know that the lymphatic system is responsible for fluid balance, right? You can have swollen ankles, you can have inflammation. And really, 90% of the plasma that reaches tissues from the arterial blood capillaries is returned by the venous capillaries and back along the veins. The remaining 10% is drained into the lymph. So that's like 10% of waste every time, right? And then that lymph has to quickly take it to other identifiers and get rid of it. So guys, each day around 2 to 3 liters is returned. The fluid includes proteins that are too large to be transported via blood vessels. The loss of the lymphatic system would be fatal within 1 day. If your lymphatic system clogged, stopped, just kick it, right? You'd be dead in 1 day. So think about all the sitting we do, non-movement, lack of circulation. Okay, it not only affects our immune system, but now we know that it affects our heart, our blood pressure, our circulation, our capillaries, our veins, our arteries, just the structure and function of those as well. And then we go to the immune system, right? So this is, our bodies are constantly exposed, guys, constantly. There's 60 coronaviruses, only 7 are fatal to humans and infectious to humans. They're not fatal, I strike that word. They're infectious to humans. So we can't think that, you know, we can go against a war on germs, as Kim said. We have to enhance our terrain because we're always going to be exposed. We're always going to be out there in the world. So we want to make sure that the lymphatic system is super healthy and super nutrified. And then the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins. And this is important because the lymphatic system has tiny little vessels in the intestine and that are part of the villi. And the villi are what grab the nutrients out of your food, okay? And these finger-like little protruding structures are produced by tiny folds in the absorption surface of the gut. And they absorb fats and fat-soluble vitamins to form a milky white fluid called chyle. And this fluid contains lymph and emulsified fats. For free fatty acid, it delivers nutrients indirectly when it reaches the venous blood circulation. So blood capillaries take up other nutrients as well. So you can see that the lymphatic system is super important in vitamin D absorption, A, K, E, all the fat-soluble vitamins. And people worry about toxicity with fat-soluble vitamins. Trust me, there's probably nobody on this lecture right now, including myself, that has an optimal lymphatic system. We're completely immune dense and we have proper fluid balance, get enough activity, eat well, and are out in the sunshine enough to worry that we're going to become toxic from a fat-soluble vitamin. Because I can tell you, with our compromised health today, we lose so many nutrients that we should be just pouring these in and just being grateful that they're available to us. Okay, so why do we need to detoxify? The lymphatic system, you know, it becomes very congested. It does a lot of work every day. And, you know, I always say, if God put something everywhere, it's probably important. Think about it. You have one liver, it's in a location. It's important. You have one heart, it's important. You have one brain. But blood is everywhere and lymphatic fluid is everywhere. And the life is in the blood. And the lymphatic system keeps the blood clean and all those other organs. So we live in a highly toxic world. We have more industrial pollution, more exposure to chemicals, pesticides, and glyphosate, things that just really detract from our methylation pathway. So our foundations that we look at, our nutrition, our hydration, our movement, our sleep, our emotional wellness, our elimination, are all compromised. How many people listening here have optimal bowel movements? Your liver is perfect. Your gallbladder is great. You're drinking enough water every day. Your urination and your kidney function are great. The lymphatic system is fabulous because you move every day. You're taking deep restorative breaths all the time, and you don't put any chemicals or exposure on your skin. I'd probably say nobody, including myself. It's just impossible. So because of that, we really have to think about, how do I optimize my elimination pathways, especially my lymphatic system, and keep it clean? You know, there's such a heavy use of medications today, even over the counter. And guys, over the counter counts as medication. I know, because it's not prescribed, we think, oh, it's fine. Just give little Jimmy some Tylenol and I'll take my Claritin and, you know, let's do some Zyrtec. But it's destructive to the liver, and it also represses the natural signals your body's trying to give you that something's not right. Or it's trying to tell you that I'm trying to do a thing, like have a fever so I can kill a virus or a bacteria, and then we repress that fever And then what happens is we get sicker longer. So medications are a big issue. They strip minerals, they strip nutrients, they repress our body systems and functions, and then they don't let us know that we need to do something better. And then, of course, low methylation and genetic issues. I mean, there's a lot of these today. MTHFR, I speak a lot about that, methotetrahydrofolate reductase, genetic mutation, and methylation in general. It's the backbone for ATP production, for our body's ability to regenerate new and healthy cells, DNA, RNA, immune system, hormones, neurotransmitters. And we heard Candace talk about the gut brain, right? Dopamine, serotonin, all of those things, those feel-good hormones that we need. A lot of our issues start in the gut. And I would say probably 100% of our issues start in the gut by what we eat and our compromised digestion and assimilation. So here are some signs of a congested lymphatic system. Swelling in your fingers, especially if your rings are tight, feeling stiff or sore when you wake up in the morning. Dr. Orbach talked about joint pain systemically, that it's inflammation. It is. Your lymphatic system is congested. It's not detoxifying your body because it's sluggish. It's like the viscosity of it has decreased and it just can't get through. It's like dirty oil in your car. So cold hands and feet can be a lymphatic issue. Brain fog, man, I hear that all the time, especially with women. Oh, I have brain fog. Now, it could be contributed to food sensitivities and thyroid and all those other things. But if you've checked all those other things, you might want to think about the lymphatic tincture. Depression, bloating, excess weight, easy for me to say, food sensitivities, sinus infections. Guys, one of the very first signs that the immune system is working is when you start to produce a lot of mucus, because your body is gathering and taking things hostage that shouldn't be there. However, when the mucus becomes backed up and we can't get rid of it or we can't get it out, that's when it becomes bacteria laden and we get a secondary issue. So when my kids start to get sick, I go after the lymphatic system. I'm doing lymphatic tincture. I'm trying to help them move, and most of the time, if they're very sick, then I want them to lay down, rest, and sleep. But you ever notice how kids jump up right after they're sick and they just want to move around and run and jump? And we're like, oh no, sit down. Me, I'm like, get out on the trampoline, get going. Let's stimulate that lymphatic system. Let's get those T cells going. Increased colds and flu if you tend to get sick all the time. If you have swelling in the armpits, in the neck, in the groin area, those lymph nodes. Allergies are a sign of lymphatic issues. Also an issue with liver congestion. Unexplained injury, illness, constipation, parasites, digestive issues. So many things can be connected to lymphatic health. So we talked about, how do we stay clean? And we've mentioned this product probably 6 times now, and it's only day 3 of the Weiner Wellness. I just want to emphasize to you, and I have mine right here just in case, I live my truth. I drink this every single day. If you can see it, it's green because I put the lean greens in it, and we're going to talk about that. But Power Cleanse is a full macronutrient, micronutrient, and detox matrix shake. And, I always laugh because I was back in the day when I was doing all my bodybuilding and all that stuff, we drank a lot of shakes. And here we are, 15 years later with great developments in shakes and, nutrients within them. So this is actually a delicious shake. It's pineapple coconut, but it's not just a protein shake. I want you guys to kind of erase that from your mind. This is a deep cellular nutrient-based shake that you can use every single day of your life. And actually, you should use every single day of your life unless you live in a bubble. So the macronutrient matrix, obviously, we got protein, carbs, and fat. Lots of good fiber to help with the detoxification system. And then we have a vitamin mineral matrix, which is important because I can take a break from my multivitamin when I'm doing Power Cleanse every day. It's a lot easier. I don't have a lot of capsules to swallow, and I'm not a big pill person. So this actually works well for me. It has a phase 1 through phase 3 liver detoxification matrix, which means it takes fat-soluble toxins like heavy metals and things like that and converts them to water-soluble. And you have to have that matrix healthy in your body, no matter what detox you're doing. If you're doing a heavy metal detox, whatever you're doing, if your phase 1 through phase 3 isn't optimal, then you're just putting toxins, you're removing them from cells, they're swishing around in your bloodstream and they're going somewhere else. You have to get them out, guys. And then it has trace minerals, and these are bonded minerals that work with your body and are more bioavailable. And then one of the most important things, especially with the MTHFR genetic mutation, because these people can't break down your folic acid to activated folate, when people go on detoxification programs and they don't have the right forms of the nutrients in that particular shake or system, they feel worse. They get sicker, because what happens is they can't convert because they're not getting the activated folate, which helps them produce glutathione, which helps take that toxin and excrete it from the body. So it's really important, guys, that when you're doing any type of deep cellular cleanse or just a general cleanse, that you have the right forms of the nutrients in the right amounts at the right time. Okay, so the biofolate is in this, and also that proprietary detox mix, which is milk thistle, which is an herb. It's been used to help the liver. We have enhanced glutathione levels with that, amino acids, and acetylcysteine. It's called NAC. It's one of the best things that we utilized against COVID, and also a lot of other amino acids that help with detoxification. So I just wanted to show this slide because here's how this product works. When you have folic acid here and you cannot convert it because you have a genetic mutation, that biofolate just comes right in and biohacks right around that genetic mutation, delivers that activated folate. And then over here you have your homocysteine, which is a byproduct of methylation. So anytime you have a system running in your body, there has to be a byproduct, just like your car, right? You have an exhaust pipe. Well, what our body does is actually take those byproducts and converts them and uses them again, but it needs nutrients to do that. So that proprietary detox matrix that really enhances and increases glutathione, it helps homocysteine convert back up into that methionine cycle, and you get SAMe, so you get good neurotransmitter production and balanced brain, right? And then it also helps create glutathione. And glutathione is our major antioxidant in our body. We need it. And honestly, guys, if we had optimal levels of glutathione, we could offset any heavy metal or any disease, any virus, any bacteria, including Lyme. It's just that we are poor methylators overall. Because if you don't sleep well, or you have stress, or you're not getting the right nutrients or enough protein, you're already compromised in your methylation. And this system needs a little enhancement. That's why I love the Power Cleanse. The second product that I put in here for lymphatic health and just all of my elimination pathways is lean greens. And we've reformulated this. So, we hear carbs are bad, or protein is bad, or fat is bad. It's really not. I mean, you want to be able to assimilate those things. And when you have poor liver health, you do poorly with nutrients that are supposed to be good for you. You'll have poor carbohydrate digestion. You'll have poor protein digestion. You'll have poor fat digestion. You'll have poor amino acid breakdown. You'll have poor iron absorption, B12 absorption. The liver is key, and that's why he's part of the elimination pathway, which is the very first letter, which is the bowels, right? Liver, gallbladder, and colon. So, carbohydrates are critical. We need them for good neurotransmitter production. They're great sources of B vitamins, but, excess glucose is when it becomes a problem. And we usually have excess glucose because we are poor in a process called glycolysis, which is when, our body can utilize that glucose from the bloodstream and change it into energy for our body. So when our reserves become exhausted, when we can't convert, our glucose into active sorry, somebody just texted me. When we can't convert it into forms of energy that we can use, then it becomes problematic. Then it starts to get stored in our fat cells. And 65% of everything your body can't use gets stored in your fat cells and creates inflammation. So guys, it's really important that we don't demonize carbohydrates, but we optimize our liver health. And utilizing something like lean greens will really help you enhance that glucogenesis, where we can begin synthesizing glucose out of such things as, proteins and carbohydrates and all of those good things. We are meant to eat all of the foods not just one food. So then we have fat metabolism, right? And a few aspects of lipid metabolism are unique to the liver, but many are carried out and predominantly by the liver. Major examples of the role of the liver in fat metabolism include extremely active in oxidizing triglycerides, right? If you have high triglycerides in your blood, it's usually because your fat cells are purging them. A triglyceride is one glycerol and 3 fatty acids. They're not bad. They're energy reserves that your body stores in fat cells. When you need energy, it pops them into the blood, it breaks them down through lipolysis, and you get healthy ATP. But if you have too many in your fat cells, right, if you're not optimizing fat metabolism and assimilation, you're not optimizing carbohydrate assimilation and metabolism, then your body doesn't know what to do with all that free-floating glucose, so it'll capture it, it'll take it into the fat cells, and your fat cells become bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually they explode and they die, and then your body makes a new one. So here's the thing, we want to make sure that we're not targeting something that's really good, like an adipocyte, a fat cell, which is healthy for you and has a lot of AT potential. Like people that are overweight, they don't have more fat cells than someone that's not. Their fat cells are just bigger because everything is getting packed into them. And what happens is that it explodes. And then they get a secondary reaction. They get an immune response to that. Those macrophages come out and try to eat the fat cell. And so now they're inflamed too. So I usually say to people, you're not fat, you're inflamed. Your adipocytes are just big. It's not that you have any more or any less, because you have the same number. And by the age of 22, your fat cells are set. That's how many you're going to have. We just determine how big or small they get. And then protein. Protein is really important. Removal of ammonia from the body by synthesis of urea. Ammonia is very toxic. And what happens is an undigested protein will actually create this toxicity of ammonia in the system. And that's why people that don't break down protein well have high levels of that in their kidneys when they have blood tests. So it's really important that these hepatocytes, which are responsible for synthesis of most of the blood plasma protein, are taken care of. And this particular product can really help you with that. So again, it's not that protein, carbs, and fats are bad. You just have to optimize your liver health when it comes to identifying and getting them into the right system of glucogenesis, lipolysis. What does your body need to do, and how can it assimilate and metabolize better? Not like, let's cut carbs and protein and fat. Like, that just hasn't worked. We've tried that for the last 100 years, and everybody is still overweight and sick. So maybe we should try something else. So the other thing that I love about lean greens is that it optimizes glutathione production. And we've actually reformulated this to include Emothion, which is a patented trademarked ingredient. And it's a crystalline form of the S-acetylglutathione. It's a powerful antioxidant. So it can help drive in and create more glutathione that your body needs. And it's not that we're putting in a bunch of glutathione, we're optimizing your body to help create the glutathione level that you need. And so sometimes I think, the liposomal glutathiones, we're dumping glutathione into people all the time because it's the thing to do, but we really don't know how much they need. And at times you can put too much in, which can convert homocysteine too fast. And then you start getting what we call an overmethylator, right? Where the SAMe level drops and the neurotransmitters get all excited and people get anxiety, or, they have panic attacks, and people are like, well, I'm an overmethylator. Well, maybe you're just converting homocysteine too fast. So we may need to back down on the amount of glutathione people are taking. But this particular product helps optimize glutathione, so it produces what your body needs. It's a more natural biohack to something that we're trying to do for health. And then the other thing that I talk to people about is, lean greens, spirulina and chlorella that are in this product, they are chelators. And we have to understand how heavy metals really impact our methylation. They slow down processes. You find these heavy metals in our water sources. You find them in makeup. You find them everywhere, in our food, in our land, and especially in vaccines. And just so everyone's aware, if a child goes through the entire vaccination schedule from birth till 18, they will have 1,200 micrograms of aluminum in their system. So heavy metals are part of our life. And not just, I'm going to highlight this in white so everybody can see it, because I know that's hard to see for you guys. I apologize. But, it's really important that we understand that there are ways that our body can naturally detoxify. So you use that power cleanse with your, full macro and micronutrients, your phase 1 through phase 3 detoxification. Remember, fat soluble to water soluble. You take a product like Lean Greens that has the spirulina and the chlorella and the emothion for optimal glutathione production, and you put them together, and you have the most complete detoxification deep cellular cleanse that tastes great, that's easy to do, and has the right forms of minerals and nutrients so that your body doesn't have, a herc reaction to it, right? So most of the time I'll see people go on cleanses and they feel terrible. And it's because they're pushing the toxins out too fast and they don't have enough fuel in their system to drive and to nutrify organs and systems and functions that are part of detoxification. So right here, simple as this, you put it into a little shaker cup and you drink it every single day. You can do it once a day, you can do it twice a day, you can do it 3 times a day. You can replace a meal, not replace a meal. Super simple to do. So I just want you to know that these options are available to you. And so the proprietary detox matrix in this, right, is spirulina, whole plant powder, the chlorella we talked about. Those are your chelators. And then we've added the dimethylglycine. And Judy's going to talk about DMG next, because she can talk about it like nobody's business. And I have to take credit, and I'm going to just toot my own horn. I introduced her to this product, and I was like, you got to look at this. And I sent her the book because I knew, as a PhD biochemical researcher that she is, she'd appreciate the research and the patents behind this product. And we use it in Lean Greens because it is just amazing. Number one, it's a methyl donor in itself. As it breaks down through the digestive system and the glycine and all these other little enes, it gives off a methyl group, and that becomes a pool that your body can just utilize from. So if it needs a methyl group to go create a new and healthy cell, DMG will provide it without anything else. The second thing it does is it's an oxygenator to the system. Even by itself, dimethylglycine, you should be on that product just by itself because it's going to help you oxygenate. And as we learned from Andrew Warburg in the 20s or 30s, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, not for discovering that a green drink or alkaline environments kill cancer. That's not what he said. He said an oxygenated environment will destroy cancer cells. That's what he won the Nobel Peace Prize for. And he discovered that the oxygenation, that cancer cells live in an anaerobic environment devoid of oxygen. And when you put oxygen to them, they create an apoptosis. They die. So it's not the green drink, right? That does help because of the spirulina and the chlorella and the glutathione and all the other great things. But the dimethylglycine is the oxygenator. And the third thing that it does is it drives nutrients. So, how do you drive red blood cells where they need to go, right? You take a deep breath. How do you drive and try to sustain your energy longer? You take a deep breath. How do you try to get rid of toxins in your body? You yawn, right? You take a deep breath and you exhale deep. So you have to remember that oxygen drives. And that's what we use it in this product for. And then, of course, the emothion. So this is an incredible product. I absolutely love this product. Thanks, Dr. Michelle. I see that you're commenting on here. I know you love it. And I know Michelle's coming up. She's going to be talking about her experience as a naturopathic practitioner going through COVID, being put on a ventilator and coming out on the other side, and what she did. So don't miss that one because that's going to be amazing. That's tomorrow at 1. But back to me. Enough plug about you, Michelle. So proprietary detox matrix, right? We got the methyl donor DMG, patented over 3 decades ago for treating systemic inflammation, inflammatory disease, modulating the immune system. It boasts in vitro evidence of antioxidant effects and free radical scavenging. What's that mean? Well, a lot of good stuff for the immune system, right? Enhancement of endogenous antioxidant defense system. So lots of big words to say it's darn mighty good, and it should be in everybody's apothecary. And this product in particular, guys, you don't get enough greens. You're exposed to heavy metals and toxins all day. We're all poor methylators, and we need oxygen more than ever in a time such as this. If you're kids, if you work, whatever, do this product every day along with the power cleanse, and you can even spike it with a little bit more DMG if you want to. So you can get all these at the Weiner Center, 30% off. Don't forget. All right, so we're going to get into the lymphatic tincture because I like to use this as the piggyback on top of it. Now, this is kind of all about the lymphatic system today. So you probably think, well, shouldn't you start with this product? You can. You can start by enhancing the lymphatic system. But guys, if you're going to eat poorly and you're not going to detoxify your system, enhance your gut, and do all the things, right? The lymphatic tincture is just like taking a pill for an ill. And while it may help a little bit, it's not going to get you to your true optimal health and attain your true optimal health goals. So it is loaded with beautiful herbals that are all combined. Cleavers, we got red clover, calendula, and they all have their amazing proprietary way that help stimulate not just the lymphatic system, but like, cleavers, that's for tonsils and adenoids. Red clover, I use this product for blood, especially when there's blood poisoning. It's an incredible blood cleanser. And, one of the things that I used it for in the past, this tincture with a stacker of red clover on top of it, was for someone that had silicone poisoning from breast implants. Really helped after she had those removed. And we piggybacked on top of that, the lymphatic tincture with a little bit extra red clover. And then calendula, really healthy breast tissue we can use calendula for, but any inflammation really systemically. Queen's root, inflammation and pain. Iris, this is called the blue flag. It's found in marshes throughout Central Eastern North America. It can be a glandular alternative and was used extensively by Native Americans. Among the conditions it has been used for are skin eruptions. Remember, Dr. Kim was talking about chicken pox. So what are chicken pox, right? She said that it's pushing that toxicity to the skin and a pustule eruption. And what did she say? Get it out, right? Enhance those elimination pathways. Go soak in a tub. Go get into herbs. This is what they're for. It's not mysticism. It's science. And we have to stop thinking that nutrition is something we do after all the science. Nutrition is what we should do as the science. And then if we need additional help, we can go to the allopathic. But we have to stop doing it the other way. And I think Jamie pointed that out. Ginger, great product. Also good for health. But, it synergizes the action of all the herbs. So the lymphatic tincture is wonderful. I love it. And then Immunomax chews. This is a staple in my house, especially when we saw the onset of COVID and everybody was so scared and everybody got so scared of elderberry. That was my favorite. And guys, relax. The elderberry didn't create the cytokine storm. The cytokine storm was created by the already highly inflamed, decreased metabolic function people that were already sick. And all the virus did, as in the words of Dr. Michelle, was highlight an already systemic issue. And so Immunomax, this is an advanced nutritional support that combines two patented products. Here we are again, guys, dimethylglycine, right? And then immunoenhancer, which is a large tree extract. Great formula to keep in there. It has the maitake mushrooms, the beta-1,3 glucans, great for B and C and T cell activation. There's also capsules if you don't like chewables. The elderberry, there's so much great stuff in the Immunomax chews, and you should keep it on hand because this is something that you want to utilize. And then the last thing that I put in position, especially for people with cardiovascular issues, I see so many people put on diuretics for swelling. And, we learned earlier that it's not a case that your heart isn't doing the job. Sometimes it's the lymphatic system that can't clear the blood, and that systemic inflammation and toxicity has a pinpoint target on those organs and functions that it's surrounding itself with. So it'll start damaging the arteries and the veins and the capillaries and the heart, and circulation will decrease, and we will have cardiovascular issue. So long story short, by enhancing the lymphatic system, you can enhance the cardiovascular system, right? So that's how exercise works, right? So we're stimulating the lymphatic system to cleanse ourselves, and then we're enhancing our health through activating, pumping the heart, right? Moving the blood and strengthening that system as well. So we don't get strong in stagnation. We get strong when we're challenged. That's why bone density increases when you exercise. Your heart gets stronger when you exercise. You don't grow in stagnation. You grow in challenge. So guys, if you're going to do anything for your body today, get outside and walk. get some vitamin D from the sun, take some lymphatic tincture, drink your power cleanse and lean greens. If you have any type of cardiovascular issue, you can utilize Circucor. It has the hawthorn. There's that folate again, guys, the bioactive quadrifolic, right? The most active form of the B vitamin folate for your system and function. Beetroot powder for the liver, so good. L-arginine, vitamin C. We have all of these beautiful ingredients in this product, and then Activin. This is a grapeseed extract, and it's an anti-inflammatory agent. And this is a patented trademarked ingredient, so you can see the research on how all of this works. Great stuff. So, and at the simplest things, and the things that you can do so easily is exercise. Walk. It doesn't have to be hardcore. It can simply be walking. Our bodies are designed to move. And trust me, just so you know, when people are lecturing and I'm behind the scenes and you can't see me, I'm doing some squats and push-ups in my office simply because I want to move. I sit behind this computer for 6 hours a day streaming, and we learned about the dangers of EMF. We learned about that. Guys, you can offset any damage that the outside environment comes in by nutrifying and detoxifying your cells at a cellular level, but you have to invest. You have to take accountability. Dry skin brushing, that's just simply stimulating the lymphatic system with like a back scrubber, right? So you can get one of those at any pharmacy. You can get one at the Weiner Wellness Center. Grab one, get on YouTube, look up videos on how to do dry skin brushing. It's fabulous. You know, infrared saunas, that red light comes in and it helps detoxify. It stimulates cellular actions at the lymphatic site, and it helps to detoxify and activate the body to cleanse itself. Massage is a great way to move lymphatic system. Who knew that it was healthy for you too, right? We used to look at it as some sort of perk or a way that we pamper ourselves. And really, massage is just great for lymphatic health and stimulating immune function. And then chiropractic adjustment. You know, when you get adjusted, it's a neurological reset, and it stimulates every organ and function in your system. It's like just, you know, hitting that reset button and starting over again. You should have regular chiropractic adjustments, not when you have a sore back or a leg or a knee, but all the time. You know, it's really important that we start investing and not utilizing things that are in the natural health world as, you know, when we're in crisis, but to prevent crisis. That's probably the most important thing I want you to take out. So guys, the elimination pathways, they're super important. The bowels, the urinary, the lungs, the lymph, the skin. You want to keep all your avenues open. But that lymphatic system is so important. We can't allow it to get stagnant because it will affect everybody else. And so if you have an issue, you're having some sort of issue with an elimination pathway, reach out. You know, I'm happy to help you. Stop at the Weiner Wellness Center, make an appointment with one of the practitioners there. They're there to help you. They're fabulous doctors, and they're just waiting for you to come in to help take your health back. So I hope this lecture blessed you. It doesn't look like we have any. Oh, I brought a dry. Let's see what some of the comments are. Just so. Let me read this. It says, I have a dry skin brush and never used it. I bought it from there. Thanks, Diana. Yeah, absolutely. Diana, you know, I'm guilty of that as well. You know, right? Aren't we all guilty of that? We buy something and we never use it. And I have to say, I made a commitment to my health. And this is a behavioral cognitive change, guys. When you make a decision to take your health back, you have to commit to that decision. It can't just be a one-time thing like, oh, today I'm going to go walking, right? And don't overcommit. You know, I don't have the time to walk every single day. And I'm not going to get up at 5:30 in the morning and do it. I mean, I know Jamie, he's up at the gym 4:35 in the morning. That's just not my game. But I can fit it in between all the things that I'm doing every day. So we want to make sure that we set attainable goals that, you know, fit into our life and stop setting ourselves up for failure. You know, if this didn't taste good, I wouldn't drink it. And that's why we work hard at Nutritional Frontiers to make formulations that are, you know, have high compliancy, because it's hard enough out there, right? So I don't know if you meant clapping or cupping, Celeste. Clapping is good. I like to applaud for people. I don't know if that is if that is a new modality, or I'm not familiar with it, or if you meant cupping. But but cupping is also another good one to move the lymphatic system. So just make sure that you are contacting a practitioner, help them guide you, through that. And yeah, self-care. Self-care is so important, guys. Take care of your health. You can't do what God's called you to do in this world if you're sick on the couch. We got to start fortifying ourselves to be able to walk in what we're supposed to walk in. So I'm glad you received your power cleanse. The container is big. It's a lot. It's a lot of nutrition, and it does last. So guys, thank you for being here. God bless you. If you have any more questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. I enjoyed our time, and stay tuned because Judy Mikovits is coming up at noon. And she's going to be sharing her detox solutions to vaccines. Stop in at the Weiner Wellness Center, order your products. They are happy to help you. So have a great day, guys. God bless. Okay, everybody, we are back, and I know this has been the hour that people have been waiting for. With me today is Dr. Judy Mikovits. She is a PhD biochemist, and I'm so excited and honored that you're here, Dr. Judy. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Tracey. It's a pleasure to be here again.
Yeah, absolutely. So you were here last time. We had such a great response, backed by popular demand, and you're going to talk to us today about detoxing from vaccines. So what I'm going to do is just share your PowerPoint for you, and you can just take it away. How's that?
Okay, sounds great.
Okay.
Well, as you know, I start with my my favorite cell, the monocyte macrophage, because it's really the driver of AIDS. And we think of AIDS only as HIV, and what AIDS really is, what we learned with all the way back in 1991, a decade after we isolated the virus HIV, is we learned that it wasn't the T cell, it wasn't the cells that were dying in the immune system that were the driver of acquired immune deficiency syndromes. These are acquired syndromes, and there's far more than one toxic environmental element or virus involved. As we all know now, millions of people worldwide, tens of millions, are infected with HIV, but AIDS essentially disappeared by the mid-90s, when we started appreciating how to detox the problem, and that in fact the monocyte macrophage was the driver of AIDS. And as Dr. Zach Bush said recently in a talk, I believe at the Truth About Cancer or one of the vaccine summits, AIDS is really a complete and total collapse of the immune system, of the communication between the cells. And so if the monocyte macrophage, and I know there are other cells involved that at other levels of stem cell, which we do, but today the real focus is, why do I consider and why do we target for detox purposes the monocyte macrophage? This was my PhD thesis, was the HIV latency or dormancy in monocytes. So when you keep it quiet, when the immune system isn't activated by other toxins in the environment or other viruses or other pathogens, when the virus isn't allowed to replicate, on the next slide, you see that there are many factors important in the development of chronic diseases. And I have associated with retroviruses because that's the family of viruses I studied most of my life. But I show here an example of, how the latency, the dormancy is really critical. So what you've got is the genome of a retrovirus stays in your DNA. So its blueprint for how to make the virus is totally dependent on the cell dividing into daughter cells or replicating viruses. So one of the things we noticed, Dr. Rossetti and Bernie Poise first isolated HTLV, which stood for human T cell lymphotropic or leukemia virus. And they also learned in the 40 years that they've been studying it since they isolated it and published it in 1980, that it was associated and really causative, meaning the key element, not that it was the only thing involved, but the key element in a disease that was totally misnamed as tropical spastic paraparesis, or just basically HTLV myelopathy. So we think of, myalgic encephalomyelitis. So this is really an attack on the muscles, an attack at the brain and the spinal cord. And what we know from, and I'll show you on that last slide.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So when you're talking about the retroviruses and they're activated, right?
Right.
So they get activated. What activates them? What is the thing? Is it a virus? Is it environment? Like what is activating them?
Activate really means turn on the immune system.
Okay.
So turn on the immune system. Back on the last slide, turn on the monocyte macrophage. So turn on. What we've learned since is that essentially every tissue, every organ in the body has a resident stem cell macrophage that in ontology, in the development of the organism, is acquired, is in place before the bone marrow stem cell. So what turns on the bone marrow stem cell are toxins such as glyphosate, toxins such as GMO. Certainly vaccines turn on the immune system because they're intended to. We're trying to generate a powerful immune response in order to clear the antigen or develop an antibody to the antigen. So infection and vaccination are essentially the same thing. So what we found in why I say many factors are involvement in, so if the cell is not dividing, activating means turned on. If the cell is not dividing, it cannot make more virus. That's what you see on the right-hand side of this picture. On the inset, you see HTLV1 infected cells. And so if that virus stays dormant and the cell simply divides into two daughter cells, then you simply have two daughter cells at the bottom of the screen in normal cell division that have the virus in them. And it's not the infection, it's the expression. Now, if you immune activate at the top, you see what you have is you start the replication of the virus. The activation wakes it up. It wakes it up from dormancy, and you start replicating virus, and you get newly infected cells that were never infected before. And then you make more daughter cells with the blueprint, with the genome of the virus, and they can become either virus factories and infect many, many, many cells in the immune system as the immune system's responding to an invader. So let's just say the virus is latent in the bone marrow stem cell or in one of the tissue macrophages, say the lungs or the liver. The lungs are called alveolar macrophages and the liver are called Kupffer cells. So as you activate the virus from the macrophage by any external event, and a vaccine is intended to activate. This is why we use steroids to stop disease. We can even think whether it's COVID-19, whether it's AIDS. What we did in 1991 when my thesis in this work was accepted and replicated as the monocyte macrophage, the driver of these acquired immune dysfunctions. What we did is we simply used steroids to blanket suppress the immune system, stop the macrophage from dividing, infecting T cells and killing T cells, and that would stop the development of disease. So what we saw with HTLV1, which was first associated in the left-hand panel with a deadly leukemia, but over the 40 years we've been studying it, it developed a paralysis syndrome. And that paralysis syndrome used to take years to develop. And that would depend on activation events. And so you activate the cells, you create the inflammation, the flame, the monocytes communicate with the T cells, with the B cells, with the dendritic cells. They communicate with other things in the body, metabolites that you're metabolizing, and we'll go into that. And they're passing to those cells the virus, and the virus can either kill those cells and further destroy the communication, or if they're not passing the virus and it has remained latent or dormant, then you get no disease development and the immune system can do its job, clear the pathogens. But what we saw in northeastern Brazil, where there are a certain number of people who very rapidly, instead of 20 years, within 10 years, would develop be paralyzed to the point of a wheelchair with HTLV1 associated myelopathy. So 8% had a rapid progression. And in Peru, 21% had a rapid progression. And there was absolutely no difference in the viral load, saying that there was communication failures in these communicating molecules, the cytokines, the chemokines, the growth factors were somehow being poisoned, such that the disease spread more quickly. And we know in Brazil and Peru during that time, we've done spraying programs and mosquitoes and pesticides and Roundup. We've destroyed the rainforests and the natural products and the plants that are necessary for, proper metabolism. As the Brazilians were eating, they were actually becoming poisoned as they lost the balance of nutrition in the environment, and that was reflected by their cell responses. So the next slide shows you one of the key mechanisms that we developed that was as part of my thesis and a hypothesis. And it's interesting. I show the publication from a really fine journal called Molecular and Cellular Biology. What's important about that is this work, my PhD thesis was defended in 91. We recognized that this may hypothesize that DNA methylation, how we silence viruses in the genome, particularly retroviruses, was by you see there's an on and off switch for the promoter of every gene. And so at the top, the lollipops are clear. That's an on switch. Well, when you put a methyl group, which is donated by environmental amino acids, primarily in our body, S-adenosylmethionine, but we know of other natural products like dimethylglycine and others, which are important for restoring the balance. Because as we're exposed to by injection or infection or ingestion, more and more methyl groups, and you'll see more of this later, we run out of our primary methyl donor, S-adenosylmethionine. And as we know, we have many other genes. We have protein methylating genes in the folate cycle, which is the work of Dr. Richard Deeth, and he's discussed how that contributes disease. But at the heart of it, we need to detox the heavy metals, which cripple the macrophages, the genetically modified organisms, which are seen by your body as non-self, and they contain these, what we call naked CPG, the cytosine next to the guanine. It's really important that the methylation be maintained, and it's reset at birth between mother and baby to look at the exact pattern so that the next chain of the DNA that's written has the same methylation pattern as the mother and the environment. So this is why it's so critical we not methylate, we not inoculate with, say, the hepatitis B vaccine at birth, because you've crippled this methylation machinery from day one by crippling the monocyte macrophage with all the aluminum in the shots. And they're also in the vitamin K shot, which you think is just a vitamin. Well, no, you don't put anything in those critical hours, because what we know the body does is simply wipe off all the methylation and say, this is a new human being. We have to consider mom and dad and the environment, the microbiome, and the 8% of our body that is a virome that needs to be appropriately silenced in order to develop a healthy communication and a healthy immune system. That's immune education. It took 8 years to get this paper published because it was so against dogma that, in fact, that the virus could use the methylation machinery to its advantage and to the detriment of the host. So thinking about ways to prevent this are simple nutritional products like dimethylglycine, S-adenosylmethionine, SAMe, which is somewhat downstream in the pathway. And I recommend the book that Tracey gave me recently, which reminded me, Building Wellness with Dimethylglycine here, by Roger Kendall, PhD. And this is just a fabulous book, which I read the first day she mailed it to me, because it affects really every system of the body, blood vessels, cardiac, everything, just as we saw, not necessarily only the macrophages, but so that we can restore the balance of the immune system and work better. This simple solution can help us prevent injury and detox the vaccines, because the detox means restore the balance and have the cells be healthy. So on the next slide, we see.
I'm going to pause you again real quick,
All right,
because I'm catching up on 8 years of your research. So for a second, I was like, I'm so overwhelmed at this point. And then you were like, this took me 8 years. I was like, oh, okay. I'm catching up on 8 years of what you're talking to us about. So I have a couple questions.
Right.
So the retroviruses that you keep referring to, can you just take a moment and explain to our audience, what is a retrovirus? Where does it come from? And why is it important that we keep it dormant?
Well, every animal has retroviruses. The retro means reverse transcribe, really. So retroviruses have an RNA genome, and it's an RNA DNA hybrid genome. So our genome is DNA, which is transcribed into RNA, which is translated into protein. Retroviruses have an RNA DNA genome, which is the RNA is reverse transcribed back into DNA. And then they have another enzyme that's called integrase that's unique to retroviruses. They have reverse transcriptase and integrase. And integrase is like a pair of scissors that cuts open your DNA and puts the genome, now DNA, into your DNA, and it becomes part of your cell. So what we learned only very recently is 8% of our genome, from literally the Garden of Eden, is retroviruses that have been silenced, that are dormant. But when they're expressed, they perform very important regulatory functions when certain parts are expressed. And the immediate example of this is the retroviral, the envelope, which is it's called human endogenous retrovirus W, which is a gamma retrovirus. They name them according to how they look on an electron micrograph, because the particle is so small, and the particle is bud from your own cells. So you use all the cell machinery. The retrovirus is what we call an obligate parasite. So, they literally come from God, plants have retroviruses, things have retroviruses. So their expression is critical for the life of the organisms in ways we simply don't understand. So it's not the presence of a retrovirus that is a problem. It's the expression of the retrovirus at the wrong time in the wrong place. And what controls the expression at the most basic level is that DNA methylation. So the reason why this was so paradigm shifting, and it wasn't 8 years worth of work, it was 8 years to get the scientific community to accept it as critical in the regulation. That is, you could have HIV, HTLV1, or any other retrovirus and never develop AIDS, as long as you kept the virus dormant and kept the balance of the regulators in the system. And that's what I'll show you on the next few slides, how molecules do that. And again, this slideshow that I'm presenting from was from a Live Aware conference in 2017. So liveaware.com. And I was still somewhat, I had, just been able to talk and work. And again, after the 5 years of of silence.
And you just hit him with everything.
And I just did not. I mean, it for me, this, as you know, is the language I speak. And I looked at this slideshow when I gave a Live-Aware conference and a couple of other conferences recently, and I asked the audience how many were at the first talk, and I said, well, congratulations, because I'm sorry. I was sorry what I did to them, because like you, it's like,
my head was spinning a couple minutes ago. I was like, hang on. I was like, let's back up a little bit. No, this is great. I'm caught up now.
What we see is it's really very simple. And so whether you use, and I had forgotten all about this book, but when I was a natural products chemist all the way back in the 80s and had just started working in fermentation chemistry, we fermented molecules and grew molecules, and that's what we did. I was well aware of dimethylglycine, and we get in a little rut where we only think of drugs and we get away from natural products, which is what the entire industry did when recombinant technology came, and we simply forgot that God gave us everything we need. So this slide is one that I made a few years ago that kind of explains everything about what I just said in kind of simple, or at least I think they're simple terms. So what you get is innate immune response is the macrophage. So there are other things, but I'm just going to make it that. So the innate immune response, this is your frontline defense. The macrophage is like a sentinel. All of those resident stem cells sort of scan that tissue, and they have these long processes that are just out there filtering, saying, is this self? Is this non-self? Is this toxin? And then when they see it, they're like a Pac-Man that gobbles it up and keeps it from, whether it's RNA, DNA, other molecules, keeps it from becoming a virus, keeps it latent, keeps it from becoming a manufacturing plant and destroying other cells. Because what those monocytes, dendritic cells, those frontline stimulating at the top of this slide, they see the antigen, they see the foreign object, they see the virus or piece of virus, and they present that see that little diamond, same color in the center of the screen, they present that to the T cell, and the T cell gets then, and in the context of a lot of cytokines, chemokines, molecules, adenosine, ATP, energy, vitamins, what is in the environment, they present that in that context, and that allows them to develop the adaptive immune response that differentiates the naive T cell, the lymphoid cell, stem cell that's there just waiting to get its instructions on where it needs to go and what kind of immune response that needs to be provided. And so, for instance, let's just say we're developing a Th17 response, which we know is a response and a very powerful inflammatory response to extracellular pathogens. We're seeing a lot of Th17 response and Th22 response with TNF alpha, IL-6 in the COVID disease. And that's because, as we know, that M1, that macrophage, that M1 macrophage is the inflammatory macrophage. It gets turned on, and then it can't get turned off. So this is pathogenic priming we've heard about with this latest COVID shot. So what it does is turns on the appropriate response is to clear the extracellular pathogen and create neutrophilic inflammation. And then at the level of what they call Th22, there are just many functional subsets of T cells that respond in a very specific way when the when the macrophage or dendritic cell presents, or B cells present to the T cell, what the pattern is. They're called pathogen associated molecular patterns. There's also danger associated molecular patterns. And we'll talk about that, because that's ATP outside the cell, because you need the energy inside the cell. And these are diseases, of energy production, as we know. So you have to restore the balance. So the next slide shows you that dendritic cell, and how all the toxins in that dendritic cell, it kind of presents, it wraps around. This is a dendritic cell wrapped around the pathogen. And so then it's going to tell the monocytes, the granulocytes, the macrophages, take off and go. The mast cells, we think of mast cell activation disorders. All of these things are going to tell the dendritic cell what to do, how to communicate, which T cells, what to send out, that micro milieu you saw on the last slide. But importantly, you see in here aluminum salts off to the left. I'm sorry, I cut that off. And some of the other pathogens or pieces of nucleic acid or protocol things in those shots, like the CPG adjuvant that recently was approved, without realizing if you put CPG in, yes, you're going to stimulate a powerful immune response, but it's going to be primarily TH9 responses, and it's going to leave your weaponry at a gap, because you're going to lose your ability to methylate normally. So you've got all those synthetic lipids. That's what the word lipopeptide and poly-IC. These are things that are left in the shots and can be very toxic to the communication, in that the dendritic cell, these synthetic polymers, or what are in those lipid nanopolycule, they're synthetic, so they actually cripple the dendritic cell, and it can't respond with the appropriate inflammasome, and you become, basically anergic, which means you can't respond at all. So then your body becomes overwhelmed as your macrophages make more and more stem cells. And as you see, more and more viruses, and you'll see that inflammation, that flame get higher and higher. As my friend Dr. Tenpenny said, it gets stuck in M1. Well, M2 is the gobble up the damage, the macrophage 2, getting to that other subset that the cell says, okay, that's enough flame. That's only a minor cold causing virus. Well, when all of those other things are there, the off switch can't come back and gobble up the damage and heal the tissue, do the Pac-Man routine, the second function of the types of stem cells. So
I'm back. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna summarize and see if I got all this.
All right.
So basically, you're talking about like a non-neutralizing antibody that's going to happen from this vaccination, right? So basically, when it comes in, we get macrophage type 1, who comes out, causes that pro-inflammatory cytokine storm, and we deactivate macrophage type 2. You mentioned in this that here is where COVID was, T17, T22. You said that we would go down a different T path. Which one did you say we would go down, which would make us anergic?
This TH9.
Okay.
So other vaccines would lead you in this TH9, because they're making mucus. And so that CPG there are toxins in these other shots, or what they call adjuvants. So that gets you stuck, and you can't get over here, and you can't get back to cleanup. So with TH, the follicular TH on the very first one with IL-2, this is your antibody synthesis. So you get stuck in an immature, the B regulatory cells and the dendritic cells don't communicate. So you get stuck in autoantibody, you're attacking your own tissues. because it sees the elements as foreign. So you get stuck in Th9s, not necessarily from the COVID vaccine, but from toxins in the flu shots, toxins in the other shots. And we don't even know all the shots they've added this CpG adjuvant to, but the aluminum adjuvants in the Prevnar and another pneumonia shot with a lot of bacteria, which is going to have a lot of CpGs on the surface of the lipopolysaccharide that they put into. So you've got all those polysaccharides from that dendritic cell slide, and everybody's crippled. It's like your when your phone or your pinball machine goes on tilt. It's just got too many messages in, and it just goes stop. Mm-hmm. And it stops while your tissue continues to get damaged. And they call it, multiple system organ failure, or, ITP is a result of this failure to clear, and the platelets just, you can't restore the balance of
That's what happened to that cardiovascular doctor who took the vaccine. He died of ITP.
Correct. And we associated ITP with the XMRVs. That was one of the last things we associated. And this is why it got to be a political problem, because when our paper was published to great fanfare in Science, the thought leaders, if you will, John Coffin and Jonathan Stoye, that control they said one new virus, how many old diseases? But what we recognized was when we inoculated the animal tissue. See, we grow viral antigens in continuously growing cell lines. So we're putting animal DNA, animal protein, cow blood, pig tissues. If we go look at the excipient lists of the vaccines, there's a lot more in those shots. And your body is tuned to see one molecule. So you've got all of these things impacting this dendritic cell and destroying the communication at the basic level of your innate immune response. And then you've bypassed natural acquisition. Like, we're not breathing in a few molecules of virus. We're injecting a needle full. And that'll include animal endogenous retroviruses from monkeys, from pigs, from birds, from chickens, from vaccines. Those are all coming into you, as well as coronaviruses. And they're exaggerating, they're synergistically exploding and crippling your immune system, so it doesn't attack. The antibodies are against self. There's a disease. It's not really a disease, but they call it. Let's see if I can think of it. It's a horrible name because doctors aren't good at naming these things. It's a B cell deficiency, common variable immune deficiency, COVID. And they act like we're born with it, and we're not. It's common after the vaccine era. It's common not in people my age, 62. It's common in the kids since 1986, in the people since 1986. A common variable means your B cell subclasses. You have IgM, you have IgG, you have IgA in the gut. You have different subclasses of antibodies that are produced based on the tissue, the organ system, in order to clear that type of pathogen. And so now we have deficiencies of certain subclasses. Interestingly, many of them are IgA in the gut. And this is what Andy Wakefield's first work was. That paper said he saw eosinophilia in the gut. So what he saw was the Th2 response, and that's a response to parasites, to pathogens, to parasites, to helminths, to worms. That's, you're stuck there and you can't clear, and you develop a subclass deficiency. So for the rest of your life, people need things like IVIG, which is pooled immunoglobulins from healthy donors. But is any donor healthy right now? And we happen to see IVIG with antibodies to the XMRVs that were good, but then other lots could become pathogenic as you actually had pathogenic antibodies introduced by way of IVIG used as a therapy. So this is why we want to stay away from that. And
So
so
this kind of ties into the cell defense response. Have you?
correct.
Okay. Okay.
Correct. And we're going to get there in just a little minute.
I think we should go on the road. You talk, and then I'll interpret.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Next slide.
Next slide. So the next slide, or a couple of slides down. So we're at slide number 10. And this just reminds you a little bit of what I've said. The immune system is not static. It changes. Look at preterm. You're stuck in Th2. Mom is immune suppressed, not to reject the baby. You don't want to, and you must develop a healthy microbiome. So here you get those inhibitory, right at term birth, T follicular helper cells. They're immune suppressive epigenetic state. Epigenetic is the expression of your genes, not the presence. Every cell in your body has the same DNA in it. And what gets expressed in order to perform the function of that cell is the critical regulatory RNA. So our DNA is transcribed into RNA. And what we learned in 2004 when the genome was sequenced, there were only 32,000 proteins, genes that were transcribed into RNA, then translated into protein. And you have miles of DNA. Well, what was the rest of that DNA and RNA? They used to call it junk DNA. Well, God doesn't make junk. And what we learned, it was regulatory. Small inhibitory RNAs, microRNAs, long-chain non-coding RNAs, and the altered expression of our regulatory RNA turns out to be key to many pathogenic conditions, cancers, ME/CFS, that's an miRNA 155 that's been associated. And we actually have therapeutics, which are siRNA, silencing RNA, in order to silence the aberrant expression of certain genes, the bad expression. So this, we act as if the immune system from the second you're born or throughout your life is static, that it's there, that you're able to respond to everything. And no, you develop that. You develop knowing what's your microbiome and your genome and what somebody else's. And this is why it's so important. The vaccines grown in the aborted fetal tissue cell lines, like the J&J vaccine and others, the Gardasil vaccine, among others, grown in these aborted fetal tissue, you're getting another human being's virome. So you're going to make autoimmune responses to your own your own viruses, like syncytin, which is critical for the fetus to implant into the uterus. Syncytia means fusions. Viral envelopes fuse cells together. So you can't just express viral envelopes in the wrong place. And now you're expressing animal syncytin as animal gamma retroviruses, beta retroviruses, as well as another human beings. And you're going to develop pathogenic antibodies and other immune responses, autoimmunity. So look at the explosion of autoimmune diseases as we've ramped up this liability-free schedule since liability was removed. They don't have to clean the animal tissue out. They don't have to remove the nucleic acid and the DNA and RNA, from the other species. And we can see how that's impacting. You never vaccinate. We never vaccinated a HIV infected person without making sure they were on antiretroviral therapy and their virus was latent. You don't immune activate. You never activate, inoculate a pregnant woman. She's already immune suppressed. And look at how long she's immune repressed. Adenosine, which is part of the building block. We're going to talk about those danger signals. The building blocks, is very, very high. That's very that's very immune suppressive, because adenosine outside the cell is a danger signal. It says, no, we need to do this. And that's a normal, this is God-given immunity. And we're crippling all of this by these injections. No, as I've said, this was a 2016 paper that we used in vaccine court. The brain and the immune system are inextricably linked from conception. You cannot disrupt this normal development. I would say, why would a pregnant woman not drink a glass of wine? Because alcohol hurts the liver. The first thing your liver is going to do is clear that, and the liver is busy building the organism, building the healthy infant. So you'll take away from development by drinking alcohol, and this is why you'll get certain birth defects and brain disorders, alcohol fetal syndromes, because the brain and the immune system are inextricably linked. So how do we, why? I mean, this practice is insane, and you simply can't do it before a child is 3 years old, really. And all the detox machinery, you finish getting a healthy microbiome, a healthy virome. So I got a few vaccines as a child, not MMR. I got a natural, and I have lifelong immunity to measles, and why would you, and so I think I got polio and smallpox. Well, by then my detox machinery was cleared. So even though you were injecting small amounts of these toxins, or I was ingesting in the sugar cube, we know that those carried infectious and deadly polio causing enteroviruses, but my immune system was strong enough, and my detox system was strong enough that I could clear them and never have them enter the brain in quantities that would cause disease. It's the ability of the enterovirus, known as the polio virus, to enter the brain that causes disease. Well, these vaccines have polysorbate 80, which is a detergent, or Triton X100. These are detergents that break down the blood-brain barrier. So instead of a normal exposure going through the immune system of the nasopharyngeal cavity, going or through the mouth, where you have many enzymes to degrade these things, we're bypassing all of the natural immunity, and we're injecting all of this directly into the blood. Your immune system keeps these things from going into the blood. That's the point. That fragment, that piece of RNA from a coronavirus, a PCR piece, that's in your nasopharyngeal cavity, is not an infectious virus. And it may never get there. And in most cases, as we know with the coronavirus, it doesn't get there. 99.8% of the people never make enough viral particles to make them even create the flame, to make them even sick. IL-1, the fever, that's a flame. That's turn the heat on and clear the pathogen. And if we don't turn the heat off, we destroy our tissues, as we've discussed. So that I put that slide in there just because important to see how everything in our life from the beginning controls this. And the B regulatory cell suppression there at derm, you suppress the B regulatory cells, which are the cells that have to decide which kind of antibodies to make, and they'll end up with autoantibodies, because this is the point in life between all through development to 3 years old, where you're simply saying what is self and what is non-self. Part of mom is non-self. You don't want to attack, dad, and so you suppress mom, so mom doesn't reject baby, and you develop your microbiome and the appropriate methylation patterns of your virome so that they're expressed in the right tissue at the right time. That's 8% of your genome, thousands of times more than the genome that makes makes those proteins that are enzymes that do everything else. It's just amazing understanding this. So the next slide talks about the danger signals. And this is just a graphic from a 2011 paper, and it shows what happens, how stress, how trauma, how the toxicity, the antigen presenting cells between the blood and the stroma, that's the cell layer of epithelial cells, that blood-brain barrier, that they're there to protect the borders. If you're thinking in a military standpoint, you've got insulin-like growth factor 1, which is critical for providing the right stimulatory factors, that immune surveillance. You're surveilling the borders all the time. You see the little cilia shown on those epithelial cells. So anything that's in the blood will quickly be cleared before they get through the cerebrospinal fluid and into the brain. And so if this stays dysregulated and you keep this on an on switch, stress, a stress of any kind, trauma, wearing a mask, ROS, this is reactive oxygen species, nitric oxide, critical, brain-derived neurotropic factor. You can grow new brain cells, and these are regulated by mesenchymal stem cell communication with blood stem cell and the endocannabinoid system. Cannabis. The last time most people see endocannabinoids, our own endogenous, made by mom, is breastfeeding. Because they've been taken out of our environment. We're not allowed to grow hemp. We're not allowed to grow these products and use them. This used to be that's been since 1938 or so. My husband was born in 1938. So there's on his mother's shelf from the company Upjohn, which I worked for a very brief stint, pharmaceutical company, were elixirs made of different cannabinoid and terpene combination, different healing molecules like linalool, limonene. These calm that brain inflammation and allow the brain, these reactive oxidant and nitrogen species, and allow the brain-derived neurotropic factor to go in there and feed the development of the brain. So when you interrupt that at any of the key growth times in life, which is why I fight so hard against adolescent inoculation of any kind, we see the damage. These kids end up with a damaged hippocampus. They can't process thoughts because their brain is on fire at a key growth phase where they're supposed to be developing bone and growing, and you go away from growing if the brain and the immune system thinks the organism is going to be killed. And that's the kinds of signals, that's the strength of the adjuvants that they put in these shots, all of them, and what that animal tissue, what that aborted fetal tissue, what that cow blood, aluminum, polysorbate 80, any number of toxins in those shots. Your brain thinks the organism's dying. It's like, oh, we don't need to worry about growing. So what you end up doing is growing fat instead of bone, because you turn off that key process of development, and you actually go away from developing the brain and developing higher orders of thought, compassion. This is where we see psychosis come in. This is where we see aggressive behaviors and things. This is molecular. It's not a person's choice. And we're driving these toxins by doing this. So the next slide just simply goes into pure energetic regulation of the immune system. This is an incredibly complicated paper, but I just give you, purines, we have these nitrogenous bases of DNA, deoxyadenosine, deoxyguanine, that builds our DNA. RNA is ribonucleic acid, and DNA is deoxy ribonucleic acid. So you see here, just thinking about there are hundreds of purines, and what the danger signals are is the homeostatic, the balance system, rapidly sense the signs of distress that might signal the presence of an exogenous or endogenous pathogen, that virome or microbiome is aberrantly expressed as the wrong tissue. And so, it's in every organism, but you can see the acute injury here, where the initiation of the inflammation goes on. ATP, energy from the mitochondria is released to the nerves, to the mast cells, to the platelets. It causes the apoptosis, the breakdown and dying of cells, necrosis. The stem cell, stress cell, these channels get clogged and they don't signal properly. One of the main purines in our life, there are two main purines, that theobromine and caffeine. So we've all been told caffeine is bad. And in fact, in most cultures, caffeine is the major antioxidant most people get to calm down the danger signal. Critical molecules in tea, you'll find theobromine. So what do? We chemically decaffeinate coffee, and it becomes toxic, and we miss major nutrients in our body, and this contributes over time. In only days, you can start the process of fibrosis. That is where fibrotic cells overwhelm your lungs. This is COPD. This is cataracts. Are different kinds of cells that grow on the front of the lens instead of behind the lens. So lots of different fibrotic processes in the liver. When the Kupffer cells are killed and died, the liver macrophages, they're called, it's called fatty liver disease. That's not that you're eating too much fat. That's that your cells have been replaced, the macrophages, by the fat cells, because we've gone away from normal development. So it affects, as you can see, everything: wound healing, pathological responses, cardiac arrest. So as most people have been exposed throughout their life to these toxic and dysregulation of the purinergic regulation of the immune system, now this shot, as we're in our 60s, 70s, and have these chronic inflammatory diseases, what I call 21st century AIDS, from all of the toxins, you then get cardiac arrest, because that shot and the toxins in it, whether it be the flu shot, the COVID shot, or DTP or Prevnar, can cause cardiac arrest or the development of AFib. And this is the process that ultimately killed my mother, from two ill-advised shots she got when, in 2012, I had just been released from jail, and she didn't want to bother me. And it was, it really, over the next 7 years, was a real horrific death. And as she kept saying, what did I do wrong? What did I do? We're blaming ourselves. I tried to eat right. I kept my cholesterol. I did everything. And no, it was that shot. So if you see on the next few slides, I'm just showing you how important the molecules. Yes, that's where we are. So this is the purinergic signaling. It plays a critical role in chemotaxis. That's a fire truck that takes the important molecules to the fire. So you see all of the different cell types, the fibroblasts, the dendritic cells, and you see right there on the microglia cells, the eosinophils, that were at the heart of that aberrant, Andy Wakefield described eosinophilia, a non-specific inflammation in the guts of kids who went on to develop autism. And what you see right there is the release of these pathogenic trafficking molecules, inflammatory interleukin 8, and so you see the dysregulation. We've known it at the molecular level for decades. So you want low nucleotide concentration. These are very critical for communications within the immune cells. So the next slide is a little bit more of that. And what it says on a different level is from the myeloid-derived stem cell, how the different lineages are developed. Not so much important for this talk, but we've clearly explained how the wrong signaling can be a big, big, big problem and contribute to lifelong damage. Because remember, these microglial cells are resident stem cells of the brain. They don't come from the bone marrow. They get signals from the bone marrow stem cells, but when they get crippled, it's very difficult without the right nutrients, without restoring the nutrients to the brain, without clearing the lymphatics, for the microglia not to accumulate more and more and more damage, to the point where, and this is where we're seeing early onset Alzheimer's, dementia, and for whatever reason, we make movies out of it. Oh, those movies are still Alice. She's 50 years old and falling apart. Well, she's been heavily vaccinated, and so this can be almost like a silent killer, but it's anything but silent, as we've destroyed the ability of these cells to do their surveillance and their Pac-Man activity of removing. So we just keep forcing more and more flu shots, and now we force mask wearing, which further cripples the cell signaling and your ability to respond, particularly these innate immune cells. So then I think I just talk about the current vaccine schedules, and we don't need to go beyond that for the purposes of this talk, but just to know that these chronic diseases have increased. And we know the mechanisms which I've just explained to you, and we've known those mechanisms, literally our entire lives, and yet we as a culture have been lied to. We've been told that the only way to fix these things are magic bullets. No, we leave our immune system alone. We get healthy, clean nutrition. We get all the appropriate, our soils are so depleted of essential minerals. These minerals are so key to the regulation of every one of those membrane signaling receptors in the endocannabinoid immune system. And we get no minerals. And we don't get natural vitamin D. Well, the cell holds things in. And so if you put vitamin D on the outside in a pill and not use sunshine to convert our vitamin D, which is inactive, into the active form in the cell, you don't achieve the appropriate regulation, because the cell is going to keep, same thing's true with calcium. Calcium doesn't fix the bone disorders, the osteoporosis, the holes in the bones, the development of bone marrow stem cell cancers. Does not fix that. You must regulate from the inside out. From the very beginning, educate your immune systems. Does that mean people that haven't been heavily damaged can't restore the immunity and the balance? No, absolutely not. We're wonderfully and fearfully made, and I think that's clearly demonstrated with the millions of people that have HIV infection and will never develop AIDS because of an appreciation of both natural products, biomolecules, and the ability to develop plant drugs to restore that balance. We can restore that balance throughout the life of the organism.
Awesome. So, in summary, there is hope, right?
Yep.
Nutrition is key.
Yep.
And I can drink more coffee. I think that's what I heard.
Yes. I start the day, but you want to drink black coffee.
Now, let's not ruin it, Judy.
Well, if you use
what about organic creamer?
If you use real cream from healthy cows, so organic, really clean, and I guess you got to get rid of. I do ruin it because I taught myself to drink black coffee. And really importantly, a lot of our coffee is heavily contaminated. I use a coffee called Life Boost coffee because it's the cleanest one I know of. And I just learned of them recently, Life Boost, because coffee's critical. But when you don't use clean water, and I even put those minerals in the water that I put in my coffee kind of after the fact because it'll ruin your Keurig or other machine because you don't want mineral deposits. So your water really has to be clean that you make your coffee with. So you really want to be drinking organic coffee because you'll introduce a lot of mold and mycotoxins and other pathogens unwittingly and make it worse. And I think like alcohols, this is where we get a lot of the problem. People say coffee is bad. People say cigarettes is bad. Well, it's not the tobacco. There are natural products in good, clean tobacco. It's the filters where we started inhaling asbestos fibers, like on those masks. It's the, and the fibers are on those masks. If you haven't seen the highwire.com from last week, Del Bigtree, watch it and you won't put that mask back on. But if you don't eat and drink clean, and people don't realize when wine, beautiful red wine with resveratrol is put into a grocery store, they add 300 chemical additives. So what is making you sick? The wine, red wine gives me a headache, and they tell you what that's supposed to be. And no, it's usually the other toxins. I was out last week traveling, and I drank some coffee, which was so acidic, it burned my throat all the way up and down. And when I drink my clean coffee, I don't have a problem.
That's right. So that was fabulous. Let me just go through the chat box.
Okay.
There was a question from Joey Phillips, which you're never allowed to lecture with him because nobody would understand you two. Joey's a smart guy.
Yeah.
He says, can you please speak about glycoimmunology and innate immune response?
Yeah. On that dendritic cell slide, you saw something called beta glucans. And so they're called carbohydrate binding antigens, and the glycobiology, the sugar molecules, how they're organized on the cell. If you put green tea catechin is a great class of the glycobiology that they act just like a sponge to keep toxins away from the cell. But when you stimulate the cell with toxic synthetic ones, you can create a lot of that damage. So the carbohydrate binding antigens, ECGC is the molecule, the catechins, that I even can't say that word to this day, but there are good green tea formulations. The key is formulation. And that's why, as Tracey knows, that's why I use products from Nutritional Frontiers. I use different kinds of glutathiones. Formulation matters. I use a lot of things from quicksilverscientific.com. This is Dr. Chris Shade, because his key in chemistry is formulation. Formulation is everything, just like clean coffee is everything. And we always start with the skin and ingestion rather than any kind of injection.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we use a formula called EstroCleanse, which is great. It has, curcumin, which is a patented trademark, turmeric, the green tea extract, what you're talking, resveratrol, 50%. So this is what I consider like one of our, we position it for balancing hormones, but it optimizes sirtuin pathways and reduces inflammation in addition to that. And then,
sirtuins are those silencing RNAs. They're called sirtuins. So that's why it's critical that they're there. Absolutely. That's a fabulous product.
Mm-hmm. Joey's doing so we'll bring it up, Joey. So Joey Phillips, he was to be one of our speakers. Maybe I can talk him into it. And he had another obligation he had to back out, but he came up with a product, and Joey and I have been friends for about 6 years. And he came up with a product called Reverse Effect. So Dr. Judy, I'd like you to take a look at it because it's a phenomenal product.
Oh, I'd love to. You're welcome to share with Joey my contact information.
Okay. You're welcome, Joey.
I have not tried it yet.
You should. Yeah. So can you please address how you recommend DMG for support and what and the why?
Well, it's everything. Here, let me just show you the picture. It's everything from it modulates the production of those cytokines. There's a really great picture in the early part of the book. It's everything. It's the metabolites. This says produced from DMG. So I take the one that takes like a sweet tart, a chewable capsule, 500 milligram from Nutritional Frontiers. Some of my colleagues and friends like the liquid form, and others take a powder and simply put it in their smoothie. I do that along with the mineral supplements that you have there. I forgot the name of the
Women's
product.
Complete. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So the Women's Complete has DMG in it, but I add a little bit more because, as you see, it's literally everything. It contributes to that glycan response, but it's athletics, sports. It can cure alcoholism. You can sober up just like that. The behavioral issue with that brain on fire, autoimmune diseases, cancer. It restores blood vessels to healthy, those epithelial and endothelial cell connections. It helps restore that. And I'm not going to pretend to know all of the mechanisms, but everything, fibromyalgia, it's not the only thing, but without DMG, a lot of the other good nutrients that you put into your body can't get there because you can't metabolize. So as I mentioned in the beginning, our food is not nutritious. It's GMO or it's inflammatory, and we can't break it down. That's what metabolism is. And these diseases are chronic. They're metabolic diseases. It's an overall metabolic disease. So it absolutely, DMG can protect against COVID, because COVID is just a collection of symptoms. Cardiovascular, bleeding disorders, platelet disorders, that inflammatory cytokine storm. It can silence that cytokine storm, whether it's caused by EMF, electromagnetic frequencies, which ferritin in the blood, over 3,000 is the same cytokine storm. XMRV expression, either in syncytium from your endogenous or from the mouse viruses, monkey or bird from the influenza vaccines. Those viruses need to be silenced, and the DMG can provide the methyl group and does provide the methyl group. So I was reminded that, the S-adenosylmethionine is limited because we get that amino acid from our food and we're not getting it. So DMG can even help you make that important methyl donor. So there isn't anything it doesn't contribute to.
Right. Yeah, DMG is just dimethylglycine. It was once considered B15, and it was actually banned by the FDA for its efficacy. Numerous studies on cognitive and behavioral response with spectrum children on 500 milligrams a day. They found no contraindications or toxicity level with it. And those children, had so much benefit from it. I think it was like 80% effectiveness with those kids. And then lots of different studies on skin cancer and DMG. So it's a methyl donor. It's an oxygenator. It was the number one thing that I recommended for people that had to wear masks because, if it was kids or people that worked and didn't have a choice, had to provide for their family, I absolutely, recommended DMJ just to keep the oxygenation. And then, there was the driving ability of it to drive nutrients into the cells through oxygenation. So you had talked about, Dr. Warburg and his studies on cancer, and that cancer can't survive in an oxygenated environment. And people get that backwards. And I just talked about this in my lymphatic talk right before you. I talk about DMG and lymphatic health. And, the biggest thing is that he didn't say that cancer couldn't survive in an alkaline environment. He said oxygenated. And, cancer cells like anaerobic states. So Many people think DMG is TMG. Can you differentiate? Yes.
Yes, I can. Trimethylglycine is an amino acid derivative that occurs in some plants, most heavily in sugar beets. So we get it in sugar beets. It's called betaine. That's what it was originally named. It because it was discovered in the beets. And so there are a number of these glycines. It's a more narrow glycine derivative and doesn't do all of the thing trimethylglycine, but it's an important nutrient. So you're missing it if you do. Many people do say, why not trimethylglycine? And I think that as a donor and a precursor molecule for many metabolic processes, you want really DMG, and then certainly we know the healing benefits of beets.
Yeah. Absolutely. The other thing that I've learned about trimethylglycine is if you have a thyroid issue, one of the biggest nutrient deficiencies you'll have is B6 and the inability to hold it. So your P5P. That's a big contributor for the conversion and reduction of TMG to DMG. So people that have thyroid issues, you're better off with DMG over TMG. So Michelle said that her daughter is on the spectrum, and just over the last few weeks, I've had her on DMG, Power Cleanse, Lean Greens, and Ester Cleanse, and you wouldn't believe the difference. And that's a great protocol. I mean, the Power Cleanse, I talked about that in my lecture before you, Judy. It's a shake system, and I have it here. I was drinking it. This is what I'm going to send you as our Remove Complete kit. It's a nutrient-dense shake that has a proprietary matrix of your macro, micro, and phase 1 through phase 3 detoxification platform. And then the Lean Greens is a chelator. It has a patented trademark, Emotheon, which is a glutathione producer. It's also has spirulina and chlorella and the DMG. So, and then added with that Estro Cleanse as that sirtuin pathway optimizer and DMG kicker, There's your safe mask.
I do have safe masks with me. These are silver mesh masks. This is a kid's mask, and this is a normal mask. They have both silver and copper. I have to get on a plane tomorrow, so I'm going to have to bite the bullet and wear this thing. But because this is silver, what you end up doing, you're not impeding the airflow at all. Everything out is trapped. It's already double layers, so they can't say, oh, you don't have to. This is the safe mask, and it works. And for the kids who have to go to school, they make some small sizes in these cup sizes, so you can see their smiles through it. It doesn't impede their breathing, and you end up actually, it's sterile all the time because everything's trapped and inactivated by the silver on the mask, and you're wearing it like this so that you're actually breathing in colloidal silver. So you can be breathing in colloidal silver, which in your lungs is going to cripple those viruses. Bam, you're gone, inactivated, never to be seen again. So this is that true47.com, TRU47.com, and they give me a discount code DRJ15TRU, TRU47.com, and the discount code is DRJ15TRU. That's it.
Everybody gets a mask.
Well, and we bought a whole bunch of them and gave them out at an event I was at last night because we recognize, the people wearing the mask are making us sick. They're not helping us. It's not kind. They are spreading viruses, bacteria. People are now dying of bacterial pneumonia and deadly bacterial pneumonias, things like STS and other things. So these are, you want to wear a safe one, especially if you're an immune compromised person, which essentially everyone in this country after a year of lockdowns, masks, stress, anxiety, whatever has gone on as our lives have been shut down in our freedom. So that kind of stress, you hear me cough. So I do have pleurisy, that's fluid in the lungs. So that'll make me more susceptible to infections. And so it's good to wear these, and they have beautiful scarves. They have beautiful scarves. They have, for the guys, the neckerchiefs that my husband wears, just looks like a bandana. But the important thing is it protects you against 5G. So get on that plane with a little confidence. And,
Well, heck, they almost sound good for you. So
they
who would have
really
thunk
are.
it?
They were made years ago for cancer and AIDS patients, because when you're taking these chemotherapies, which is what this shot is, it's an unapproved chemotherapy. So if Tony Fauci told everybody to raise his hand, do you want an unapproved chemotherapy for a disease you might never get? You almost certainly will never get. 99.97% of the people never get sick if exposed to that virus. So do you really want this unapproved chemotherapy, or do you want the simple solutions we presented today?
Yeah, exactly. And, I think one of the
and
people think it's funny.
We are turned into zombies. Our brains look at those. If you have a relative, I pray you don't, but in one of these old folks' homes where they live forever, that's why they're killing them first. Their brains, they don't know you from Adam. It's sad. And it's hard to see. And they are zombies. They are functioning, breathing, and I've known a few people that lived literally decades when they don't remember who you are, and it's very, very difficult to watch this.
Well, I could talk to you all day, but I know you have things to do. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom yet again. The link for the masks is in the comment. Just scroll up, and so is Dr. Judy's code that you can put in.
TRU47.com, right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Sharon there at the company, the CEO, she's a 72-year-old woman, so another woman-owned business. And I was introduced to these masks at a toxicology meeting. That's where I'm going tomorrow, back to the IAOMT, because the masks are causing, the IAOMT is the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology. These paper masks are sprayed with toxic fluoride, and we're seeing the tooth decay as the microbiome in the mouth is dysregulated from breathing through any of these masks except the silver and copper masks. So she developed these masks for the immune compromised when they were in high traffic areas, when they were in getting chemotherapy, or just soon after when they're really immune compromised. So really important to provide safe solutions in the middle of this plague of corruption.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're praying for you. God bless you. Thank you so much. And hopefully you'll come back and see us next time. So, the other thing I wanted to mention, although it's not quite advertised yet, just for people to keep it on their calendar. We're going to go to Tampa in October, right, Judy? We're going to go hang out at the beach. For Nutritional Frontiers, we're going to bring Judy to Tampa for Nutritional Frontiers and have a lecture on October 16th. Just jot that down in your calendar. If anyone wants to fly in, we'll get you those links.
Yeah.
All right, guys. That's right. We're going. Thank you so much. Have a good day. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today at the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. Remember, 30% off supplements, 30% off CBD, all the things that Dr. Judy just talked about. Call the Weiner Wellness Center. Make sure you get your products. It's really important in a time such as this that you take your health back, that you do the things that you need to do to stay healthy, and continue to share the knowledge with your friends and family. So share the stream, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Have a good day, and God bless.